Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the inauguration of the Research Symposium on Gender Equity and Equality, RSGEE-2022, University of Jaffna. And we are very excited to note that this is the very first conference on gender equity and equality at University of Jaffna, with the most renowned keynote speaker, invited speakers, panelists, and research presenters organized by Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna, under the sphere of Jaffna University International Research Conference, JUICE 2022. Upholding the cultural traditions, we welcome our General Chair, keynote speaker, and other dignitaries to join us in the traditional lighting of the oil lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite our dignitaries now. Please proceed to the light.
Let's start by inviting the General Chair, Professor Sivakolandu Sri Satmaraja, Vice Chancellor, University of Jaffna.
Thank you, sir. He will be followed by our country's First Lady and today's keynote speaker, Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe, Chair and Senior Professor of English, Department of English, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam. Followed by the conference chair, Professor Shivani Sanmugadas, Director, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna.
Thank you, Madam. We would like to also be joined by the convener of RSGEE, Mrs. Sivagauri Rajashantan, Chairperson, Working Committee, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna. We will then join by our former Vice Chancellor, Emeritus Professor P. Balasundram Pillai.
We would like to also be joined by Mr. Viswanathan Khandiban, Registrar, University of Jaffna.
Followed by Mr. K. Suresh Kumar, Bursar, University of Jaffna. Thank you, sir. We also have with us our deans of the faculties. Let's start by inviting Senior Professor P. Ravirajan, Dean, Faculty of Science.
Followed by Professor R. Surendra Kumaran, Dean, Faculty of Medicine. We will also be joined by Professor Mrs. S. Sivachandran, Dean, Faculty of Technology.
She will be followed by Professor B. Nimaladasan, Dean, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce.
We will also be joined by Professor K. Sudagar, Dean, Faculty of Arts.
We also have with us Professor S. Kannadasan, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies.
He will be followed by Dr. K. Prabhaharan, Dean, Faculty of Engineering. Followed by Dr. Mrs. S. Sri Muralidharan, Dean, Faculty of Hindu Studies. Followed by Mrs. D. Tabodaran, Dean, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences.
Followed by Dr. S. Zivaruban, Dean, Faculty of Sir Pon Ramanathan Performing and Visual Arts. And we would like to also be joined by Dr. Mrs. Vivian Satyaseelan, Head of the Unit of Siddha Medicine. We would like to also be joined by the Joint Editor, RSGEE-2022, Dr. K. Bhagirathan, Chairperson, Education and Research Committee, CGW, University of Jaffna.
Followed by the Joint Editor of the RSGEE-2022, Mrs. Priya Muralidharan, Chairperson, Monitoring and Evaluation Committee, CGW, University of Jaffna.
Followed by Joint Secretaries of RSGEE-2022, Professor Ganeshalinga Shashigis, Chairperson, Grievances Committee, CGW, University of Jaffna, and Mrs. Tasika Dhanushan, Member, Resource Mobilization Committee, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna.
Followed by Senior Professor P. Ravirajan, Dean, Faculty of Science, University of Jaffna.
Followed by the Treasurer of RSGEE-2022, Mr. V. Kumaradevan, Chairperson, Resource Mobilization Committee, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna. We also have now the District Secretary at Klinochi, Mrs. Rubavadi Kediswaran. Followed by Mr. Jude Walton, Project Manager, United Nations Development Program.
And finally, we would like to also be joined by the coordinator, Jaffna Social Action Center, Mr. Nadaraja Sugitharaj. We would like to invite any two participants from the audience to light the oil lamp.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may please take your seats now. Breaking barriers for gender equity and equality through research. We are organizing a symposium to showcase the outstanding and amazing researchers and speakers, researchers, speeches, and discussion in significant areas in gender. They will share with us their outcomes, insights, and experiences. There will be a keynote speech, panel discussion, invited talks, and research presentations. Be joined and enjoy with us. Bring out the much needed change in gender. It's now time for us formally commence the event. We would like to get started with welcome dance by the Department of Dance, Faculty of Serpon Ramanathan Performing and Visual Arts, University of Jaffna.
சேர்பொன் ராமநாதன் அரங்காற்று மற்றும் கற்புலக் கலைகள் பீடம் நடனத்துறை வழங்கும் வேண்டும் பால் சமத்துவம் என்னும் கருப்பொருளில் அமைந்த நடன அளிக்கை. நடன ஆக்கம் நட்டுவாங்கும் திரு ஆ. ஸ்ரீகாந்த், விரிவுரையாளர் நடனத்துறை. இசையமைத்து பாடுபவர் ஆனா அமிர்த சிந்துஜன், விரிவுரையாளர் இசைத்துறை. மிருதங்கம் திரு கான கஜன், விரிவுரையாளர் நடனத்துறை. வயலின் இசைஞான சுரபி அம்பலவாணர் ஜெயராமன். பங்கு பற்றும் மாணவர்கள் ஆதித்யா ஜெயபாலன் தற்காலிக விரிவுரையாளர், கஜப்பிரியா சிவபாலு சுப்பிரமணியம், கிருசிகா ஞானவேல், லிசியா புலேந்திரராசா.
प्रभो गणपति, प्रभो गणपति, परिपूर्ण வாழ்வருள்வாயே. प्रभो गणपति, परिपूर्ण வாழ்வருள்வாயே. प्रभो गणपति, परिपूर्ण வாழ்வருள்வாயே. प्रभो गणपते, परिपूर्ण வாழ்வருள்வாயே. प्रभो गणपते, गणपते சாந்து வணங்கி துதி பாடியாடியுண்டன், சாந்து வணங்கி துதி பாடியாடியுண்டன் சன்னதி சரணடைந்தோமே. சாந்து வணங்கி துதி பாடியாடியுண்டன் சன்னதி சரணடைந்தோமே. சாந்து வணங்கி துதி பாடியாடியுண்டன் சன்னதி சரணடைந்தோமே. சாந்த சித்த சௌபாகியங்கள் யாவையும் தந்தருள் சத்குரு நீயே. சாந்த சித்த சௌபாகியங்கள் யாவையும் தந்தருள் சத்குரு நீயே. பிரபோ கணபதே, பரிபூரண வாழ்வருள்வாயே. பிரபோ கணபதே, பரிபூரண வாழ்வருள்வாயே. பிரபோ கணபதே, கணபதே, கணபதே விடியும் நல்லொளி விடியும் நல்லொளி காணுதின்றே நாகரிகம் புதிதொன்றே. விடியும் நல்லொளி காணுதின்றே நாகரிகம் புதிதொன்றே. கொடியல் நம்மை அடிமைகள் என்றே கொண்டுதா முதல் அன்றே கொடியர் நம்மை அடிமைகள் என்றே கொண்டு தாமுதல் என்றனர் அன்றே அடியோடந்த வழக்கத்தை கொன்றே அடியோடந்த வழக்கத்தை கொன்றே அறிவு யாவும் பயிற்சியில் வென்றே அடியோடந்த வழக்கத்தை கொன்றே அறிவு யாவும் பயிற்சியில் வென்றேன் கடமை செய்வே நம் தேசத்து வீரன் காரிகை கணத்தீர் துணிவுற்றே கடமை செய்வீர் நம் தேசத்து வீரன் காரிகை கணத்தீர் துணிவுற்றே காரிகை கணத்தீர் துணிவுற்றே பகரிசா சரிகா பகரிசா கபனி நிசானி பா நிசாரி நிசாரி சனி பா நி பக கபகரி சனி தியாம் தாம் தகஜனு தீம் 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 தகஜனு தோம் 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 தகஜனு தாம் ததாம் தீம் ததோ தகதி மிதக சரிகா பகரிச கபனி நிசானி பா நிசாரி நிசாரி சனி பா நி பக கபகரி சனி தாம் 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 தகஜனு தீம் 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 தகஜனு தோம் 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 தகஜனு தாம் ததாம் தீம் ததோ தகதி மிதகதா நிசாரி சனி ப நீ வக கபகரி சனி சனி ப நீ வக கபகரி சனி சனி ப நீ வக கபகரி சனி தக தகிட தாம் ததாம் தீம் ததோ தகதி மிதக தாம் ததாம் தீம் ததோ தகதி மிதக தாம் ததாம் தீம் ததோ தகதி மிதகதா பூமிதனில் ஆணுடன் பெண் சரிநிகர் சமம் என நாம் இதனை ஏற்றிடுதல் வேண்டும். அதுவே தகுதியாக்கிடவும் ஆக்கியதை அழித்திடவும் வல்லவள் பெண். நீக்கிவிட முடியாத நிறை சக்தி பெண்ணிவளே. வாழ்வினிலே பல பலமும் மன நிறைவும் வேண்டுமென தாழ் வகற்றி இரு பாலாரும் சேர்ந்திணைந்து செயலாற்ற வேண்டும். அதனால் உலகும் விண்ணகமும் கைவசமாம் வேண்டும் பொருள் யாவும் மீட்ட வேண்டும். பால் சமத்துவம் ஆணும் பெண்ணும் நிகரெனக் கொள்வதால் அறிவிலோங்கி இவ்வையம் தலைக்குமா, இவ்வையம் தலைக்குமா, இவ்வையம் தலைக்குமா. நன்றி.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do hope that you have an amazing dance performance to this lovely morning. Thank you to our dancers for your magnificent dance performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, we would like to invite our dignitaries to grace the head table for us.
We start again with our General Chair. We have the honor of inviting on stage and take his place on the head table, Professor Sivakolandu Sri Satnaraja.
And we have our keynote speaker, Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe. We have the honor of inviting her to the stage and the honor of taking her place at the head table.
Followed by Conference Chair, Professor Shivani Shanmugadas.
Followed by the convener of the RSGEE-2022, Mrs. Sivagauri Rajashantan.
And finally, the Secretary of CGW, Professor Ganeshalingam Shashigis.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are now joined by our dignitaries on the head table right here on the stage, then without further delay, to welcome all of you for his official welcome address, please join with us in welcoming to the Chairperson, Grievances Committee, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna, and Secretary to the RSGEE 2022, Professor Ganeshalingam Sasikesh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and warm welcome to you. I am privileged to serve as a secretary for this research symposium on gender equity and equality 2022, hosted by Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. It is my great pleasure on behalf of the RSGEE 2022 Organizing Committee to welcome you all from the various places in Sri Lanka to participate in this research symposium. The Center of the Gender Equity and Equality at the University of Jaffna will have its first research symposium in 2022 with the theme of sustainable development through a gender equity and equality in the new normal. Because of this scope, this research symposium offers a good opportunity for all of us. It has drawn delegates with diverse range of expertise on the topic of gender equity and equality. I warmly welcome the chief guest and general chair for the JUICE 2022, Professor Sivakolandu Sri Satnaraja, Vice Chancellor, University of Jaffna. We are grateful to you, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to spend with us. I would like to welcome our conference chair, Professor Shivani Shanmugadas, Director, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna. We are delighted to have our First Lady in Sri Lanka, Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe, Chair and Senior Professor of English, Department of English, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. Among us on this occasion, she will deliver the keynote address and bless our inaugural ceremony. Madam, I extend a warm welcome to you on behalf of the RSGEE Organizing Committee and all of us here today. We are grateful to you for devoting some of your time with us for your heritage schedule. I am pleased to welcome our invited speakers, Dr. Kumudiga Beyagoda from the Department of Demography, Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo, as well as Professor Pavitra Kailasabadi from the Department of Human Resource Management, Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo, who is joining with us via Zoom. I warmly welcome our speakers, Dr. Pavitra Jayavarthana, Department of International Relations, Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo, and Dr. Sivananam Jayasankar, Department of Fine Arts, Faculty of Arts and Culture, Eastern University, Ms. Rubamati Kediswaran, District Secretary, Klinochi, Mr. Jude Walton, Project Manager, UNDP, and Mr. Nadaraja Sujitaraj, Coordinator for the JASAC. We are indeed thank you to spend your useful time with us. Further, we warmly welcome our former Vice Chancellors, Deans of the Faculties, Directors, Professors, Librarian, Chief Secretary, Northern Provincial Council, Heads of the Department, Heads of the Unit, Senior Lecturers, Senior Assistant Librarian, Lecturers, Registrar, Bursar, Academic Supporting Staff, and Women Development Officers, Directors and Coordinators from the UNDP and JASAC, and presenters, and my dear students. Welcome all delegates gathered here to glorify this research symposium, which has been organized as a satellite conference of the JUICE 2022. Finally, I wish everyone attending this research symposium, it is very interesting, intellectually stimulating, enlightening, and enjoyable session. Thank you very much.
It's time that we all see gender as a spectrum instead of two sets of opposing ideas.
Next on the agenda is the convener's address. Let's welcome Mrs. Sivagauri Rajashantan, Chairperson, Working Committee, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna.
Very good morning to you all. Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna is proudly hosting its first research symposium on gender equity and equality as a satellite conference of Jaffna University International Research Conference 2022 under the theme of Sustainable Development through Gender Equity and Equality in the New Normal. As a convener of the symposium, I happily welcome you all. The differences and inequalities are witnessed in many communities between men and women, not only in responsibilities assigned, activities undertaken, access to and over controlled resources, but also in decision-making opportunities. Considering the fairness of treatment for men and women according to their respective needs, equality between men and women is seen as human rights issue and as a precondition for and indicator of sustainable, people-centered development. Linking gender equity and equality with sustainable development is important for several reasons. It is a moral and ethical imperative. Efforts to achieve a sustainable future cannot be ignored. The rights, dignity, and capability of the half of the world's population. To be effective, policy actions for sustainability must redress the disappropriateness of the impact of gender. So, inclusively collective action has a huge potential to improve resource productivity, enhance ecosystem conservation, and sustainable use of natural resources, and to create more sustainable local carbon food, energy, water, and health system. So, the need arises here to discuss and find out ways and means at the present scenario as a pandemic, climate change, and economic crisis escalate social, economical, and political tensions in fragile and conflicted settings. So these threat multipliers have aggravated existing gender inequalities and triggered a dramatic transformation. So, the failure to capitalize this would be a missed opportunity. So, through sustained and long-term commitment, men and women can work together for themselves, for their children, and for the society at large to meet the challenge of the 21st century. So I strongly believe this symposium will provide platform to think, discuss, and react in fruitful ways to tackle the gendered impacts and pave ways to work together, breaking all the barriers. Research Symposium on Gender Equity and Equality would motivate many who have involved in gender mainstreaming related activities. As a Center for Gender Equity and Equality, we are grateful to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Satguru for his continuous support and guidance for the activities of the Center. Thank you, sir. I welcome and thank my favorite professor, my mentor, friend, and inspiration for those who involved in gender mainstreaming activities, and an unsingable soul, Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe, for gracing this symposium as keynote speaker. Today's event is much elevated by the presence of the distinguished guest. I welcome all and thank you all. I welcome all the panelists, invited speakers, and presenters who will enrich this symposium through their research findings in the form of case studies, reports, and research papers. I take this opportunity to acknowledge the financial support rendered by UNDP and GESAC and the dedication and the commitment of the organizing committee. I thank all the reviewers of the abstracts, chairpersons of the sessions, and everyone who have contributed immensely in making this conference successful. Once again, I welcome you all and wish you a fruitful day with us. Thank you.
Achieving gender equality means no more dividing responsibilities and roles along the gender lines. Thank you, Mrs. Sivagauri Rajashantan, Chairman, Working Committee, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna, for your address.
Next on the agenda is Conference Chair's address. Let's welcome Professor Shivani Shanmugadas, Director, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna.
General Chair, Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Satguru, Keynote Speaker, the great and the First Lady, Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe, former Vice Chancellors, Council members, Deans, Professors, Head of the Departments, Senate members, Pioneer Committee members of Center for Gender Equity and Equality, former Directors of Center for Gender Equity and Equality, First Committee members, academic staff, support staff, staff of UNDP, GESAC, and Office Loan, women councillors, women development officers, local governance authorities, invited speakers, students. Good morning to you all. I welcome you all to this first Symposium on Gender Equity and Equality organized by our center. As the chair of the symposium, I would like to give you a few words. University of Jaffna is a major among the Sri Lankan universities to take initiatives to establish a Center for Gender Equity and Equality. It inaugurates a society and gender-sensitive subculture and environment of liberty and safety that allows students and staff to follow their study and work without discrimination and harassment. The Center for Gender Equity and Equality promotes equitable participations inside the university and the community as well, because we are the members of the social institution. We all should follow the model, triple helix model, which refers to the interaction between the university, society, and the government. Intellectuals and the practitioners only can solve the difficulties of vulnerable people and shape the community. Where the collaborative works occur, there will be equitable participation and no chances for discrimination and oppression. The community without discrimination and harassment leads to innovation. That innovation leads to development. The sustainable development about what we are talking about, that cannot be achieved without inequity and discrimination. The economic crisis and social impacts of crisis are never gender neutral. Due to the discrimination of this pandemic era, pandemic induced economic hardship and pushed more women into extreme poverty than men. We are all responsible for gender equity and equality, and we should speak about that, their impacts also. Therefore, we joined with the United Nations Development Programme to talk about the sustainable development through gender equity and equality. And we inaugurated this symposium through Center for Gender Equity, and we are talking about the applied research works which can solve the real gender-based problems of our society. பாலின சமத்துவமானது சம வாய்ப்புகளை வழங்குவதோடு சமமற்ற இயல்புகளை அடையாளம் கண்டு பாலின வேறுபாடுகளுக்கும் அவற்றின் தேவைகளுக்கும் ஏற்ப அவர்களுக்கான சந்தர்ப்பங்களை ஏற்படுத்துவதாகும். எங்கு பாலினங்களுக்கான அங்கீகாரங்களும் மதிப்புகளும் வழங்கப்படுகின்றதோ அங்கு வேறுபாடுகளற்ற மனித நலன் பேணப்படும். அங்கு ஒரு சிறந்த சமூகம் உருவாகும். கோவிட்-19 வைரஸ் பரவலாக்கத்திற்கு பின்னர் நிலைபேறான அபிவிருத்தியை நோக்கி பயணிப்பதற்கு பாலின சமத்துவம் என்பது கட்டாயமாக எடுத்துக்கொள்ள வேண்டிய, அடைந்து கொள்ளப்பட வேண்டிய ஒரு சமூக அபிவிருத்தி குறிகாட்டியாகும். ஏனென்றால் இது எல்லோராலும் பேசப்படுகின்றது. இதை பற்றி நாம் அனைவரும் பேச வேண்டிய கடமைப்பாட்டில் இருக்கிறோம். வறுமை, வாழ்வாதார பிரச்சனைகள், போதை பழக்கங்கள் பாலின வேறுபாடுகளையும் வன்முறைகளையும் உருவாக்கிவிட்டதால் நிலைபேறான அபிவிருத்தி பின்தங்கியுள்ளது. இவற்றை சீர் செய்வதற்கும் நாட்டின் பொருளாதாரத்தை மீண்டெழச் செய்வதற்கும் பல்கலைக்கழகம் ஒரு சமூக நிறுவனமாக செயற்பட வேண்டிய கட்டாயம் உருவாகியுள்ளது. இதனால் பாலின சமத்துவம் மற்றும் விழிப்புணர்வு ஊடான மாநாடு நடாத்தப்படுகிறது. இது சமூகத்தின் பொறுப்பு. கல்வியாளர்களும் பாலினம் சார்ந்த அனைவரும் இங்கு ஒரே இடத்தில் இருந்து பேசுவதற்கும் எந்த ஒரு கோட்பாடுகளுக்கும் உள்வாங்கப்படாத உணர்வு மிக்க உயிரோட்டமான பாலியல் மற்றும் பாலின வன்முறை தொடர்பான எமது சமூகத்துக்கு நாம் என்ன செய்ய போகின்றோம் என்பதை பற்றி பேசுவதற்காகவே இந்த மாநாடு பால்நிலை ஒப்புரவு மற்றும் சமத்துவ மையத்தினால் ஒழுங்கு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. ஏனென்றால் பாலின சமத்துவம் ஒப்புரவு என்பது எழுத்தறிவில் அல்லது எண்ணக்கரு வடிவில் இல்லாமல் அது நடைமுறையில் வடிவமூடாக நம்முடைய சமூகத்தினருக்கு சென்றடைய வேண்டும். அதனால் தான் பால்நிலை ஒப்புரவு மற்றும் சமத்துவத்திற்கான எமது நிலையமானது பல்கலைக்கழகத்திற்கு உள்ளே சமத்துவத்தை வளர்ப்பதோடு மட்டும் நின்று விடாது, சமூகத்தை நோக்கிய தனது பயணத்தையும் ஆரம்பித்திருக்கிறது. Gender-based discrimination has long kept women subordinate to men in the workplace, in politics, and at home. If there is inequality, they will not be able to achieve sustainable development goals. Inequality affects many things, as quality of life, access to basic needs, food, health, education, and income. சமத்துவமின்மை வன்முறை நிறைந்த சூழலானது சமத்துவமின்மை மற்றும் வன்முறை நிறைந்த சூழலானது வறுமை, வேறுபாடு, தரமற்ற வாழ்வை உருவாக்கும். பல மன வடுக்களையும் ஆரோக்கியமின்மையையும் உருவாக்கும். பாலின வேறுபாடுகளால் அதிகம் பாதிக்கப்படுபவர்கள் பெண்களே. பெண்கள் வன்முறைக்கு உள்ளாக்கப்படும் போது அது சமூகத்தின் முழுமையான பாதிப்புகளை உருவாக்கும். ஏனென்றால் பெண் என்பவள் இந்த சமூகத்தை உருவாக்குபவள். நல்ல சமூகத்தில் நல்ல பிரஜையை பெற்றுக் கொடுக்கின்ற ஒரு பெண் நன்றாக வாழும் போதுதான் அந்த சமூகம் நலன் பெறும். அந்த பெண்களை வாழ வைப்பதற்காகவும் அவர்களுக்கான சமத்துவத்தை வழங்குவதற்காகவும் இந்த ஒப்புரவு நிலையம் பல்கலைக்கழகத்திற்கு உள்ளேயும் வெளியேயும் தொழிலாற்றுகின்றது. Are we going to support our community to minimize these problems? Yes, we can. Thank you for all you, for your presence here and the support given to us. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. Nandri.
Yes, men and women have roles. Their roles are different, but their rights are equal. Thank you, Madam, for your stimulating address.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, address by the General Chair, let's welcome our Vice Chancellor, University of Jaffna, Professor Sivakolandu Sri Satkunaraja.
திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். ஒன்றாய் அரும்பி பலவாய் விரிந்து இவ்வுலகெங்குமாய் நின்றாய், அனைத்தையும் நீங்கி நிற்பாய், என் நெஞ்சினுள்ளே நின்று பொன்றாது நின்று புரிகின்றவா, இப்பொருள் அறிவார் அன்று ஆளிலை துயின்ற பெம்மானும் என் ஐயனுமே. So I saluted the Divine Mother. So she originated the entire universe from a singularity. It's actually proved by theoretically a mathematician, Stephen Hawking. People call it Big Bang. So when this material universe created, there's no time. Time clock also started functioning. So out of this evolution, now we know the clock is running into 4.5 billion years, 4,500 million years. So we exist now. Our existence is also very minute when you compare to the universal existence. So now we know this planet is floating and rotating, going around the sun. Sun is in the focus of an ellipse. So these are the discoveries of physical science. So people are endeavoring. So universities around the world, I just checked in the Google, there are 31 universities around the world now. In Sri Lanka, we have 15 or 16 or 17, and around 56 higher education institutes in Sri Lanka. So among these 30,000 odd universities, what is our business? Knowledge is our business. So we create a knowledge. So when you come to human beings, its planet is so meticulously arranged for everything. So now it's a rainy season for us. The Maga season cultivation start is nicely arranged. Actually, during the summertime, the water evaporates and goes to the clouds, distill, then come back in a pure form. The river is running. So in this setup, as a 47 years old University of Jaffna, we caught up 30 years into the unsettled conditions. We were out of mainstream of activities. So since after this 2010, we inaugurated a conference in a grand scale that's called JUICE. You know, JUICE, I always say, this is 11th conference this year. 11th. Under one umbrella. Everyone doing. Even the first one, GW doing. GW is not an entity. Other 10 universities are organized by the faculties. And library. Library has 65 staff, more than a faculty. The GW, a group of women. This is the first committee. The GW inaugurated in 2017. We did a founder work. The constitution got it right. Sri Lanka is still struggling to get the constitution, even after independence. We got the constitution right. Indians are running with so many language-speaking people. So many diversity of languages, culture, all kind of diversity, but they got the constitution right. US same. But Sri Lanka, one of the top educated nation. still we are talking. So when you come to discrimination, violence, and unfairness, and this kind of thing should be addressed. So this is, I don't need to say, this is all over the place. Why did the human rights come? Because the slavery was rampant during the colonization time. Slavery. We had to address the slavery. Then the human rights came. Then after the Second World War, the first thing they did, they had to stop the slavery. Human rights come. Women rights come. It's the beginning of this century. Actually, two ladies I checked yesterday, Mutt and another one called Lady Strand or somebody from US. They met London in a happened to be in a conference. Then they articulated the rights for the women in US to get the voting right at the latter part of the 20th century. They have been advocating for 40 years. They got the voting rights in US in 1920. Then the women rights movement started. Then the child right movement started. Why? Because there is the violence, child abuse exists all over the place. From monastery to the schools, from universities, everywhere. The child right movement started. And I know our JMA inauguration address given by a pediatrician, Harandi Silva, one of the emeritus professor, he was the one inaugurated child right movement in Sri Lanka as a pediatrician in the 60s, 70s. Before that, we didn't have it. So that's what I said. Even the universe originated. In the universal time is nothing, 4.5 billion years. Then according to our scriptures, the Brahma and Saraswati were created. The Brahma was supposed to do the job. The creation of all the living beings. How many living beings in this universe now? In this planet itself. We have a taxonomy. In our biology, we do taxonomy. In agricultural biology, they do the taxonomy of plants. So now we have a taxonomy for gender. What is that? L, G, T, B, G. Is enough? Only they start with the gay, then the lesbian, then the binary, then the trans, and then the squeeze. So this is enough? The queer. So the taxonomy, we are all unique by design. Our fingerprint is unique. We are all unique. My master used to tell me, Sri, nobody have born like you earlier. Nobody going to take birth like you even in the future. You are unique. This is our identity. You scan it. This is our identity. So this is gender identity. So why do we start gender in the UGC? Okay, we import things. Sometime our project writers, actually quality assurance started at the ERC project, World Bank funded. Can't we start at quality assurance ourselves in an educated country with a 93% literacy rate? Then HET time, we started the gender in the UGC level. This came from top to bottom. Then we captured on it. Because as a professor, I know 40 years of being in this university, right? The sex-based violence, gender-based violence, gender-based harassment, gender-based discrimination exist. We witness it. It is there. So I am a mathematician. I know. The problem solving, now everyone talking as a soft skill. Problem solving is skill. Even write a project and get the money. We live with the problem as a mathematicians. So what is the basic of the problem? Understanding the problem is half of the problem solved. So we understood there is, when you come to the words, the key words, I shouldn't be talking an auspicious day about the bad words, the violence, discrimination, harassment, and kind of exploitation, and non-inclusiveness. All kind of these are prevalent. Then this GW concept gave some of the ladies today sitting here, the pioneering committee, they work hard on this because they theoretically teach law. We have a law department. We teach about human rights. Even Colombo now they have started human rights department, international laws, women rights. Only we say left and right when you're doing the march past. Now we have a list of rights coming. Now gender rights coming. Because education is lifelong learning, we call it. Even I am getting educated about gender, equity, equality. We were discussing and referring number of times. What this equality, equity? Because we are getting educated. Better late than never. So in University of Jaffna, we capitalized on this. Then pioneering committee had a big setup to put this into the concrete platform. Now we want to develop. This message should get through entire university population. It's a deterrence. I know the grievances committee, subcommittee president is here. But we don't want to have a grievances coming. We want to have a deterrence. Why these scientists develop these nuclear weapons and all kind of defense system? It's a deterrence. Otherwise, what happened? All sort of conquering and all things have happened in the human lives. Now this is not happening. Now it may be happening in the Ukraine. So that's also now having a lot of problems, creating a lot of problems in the entire population. So when one student is being sexually harassed, it's like a forest fire. So all community peace get disturbed. This has been there. Then I'm a person, 43 years, 1979 I am being here. Even some sexual harassment cases are running for 30 years. We are unable to conclude it. Then some of the members saying in the society, if the HEI can't handle this kind of problem, then how the vulnerable woman in the society can handle the HEI? Because those abusing people are very powerful. My master used to tell me, where there is a power, there is a danger. They know how to come around this even when they are reporting. I know. Even the drug cartels are very powerful. The sexual abusers are when the power only is coming, very powerful. Our dons and professors are very powerful. The students are highly vulnerable, especially in the university, not in the common exams. So this sort of situation, so our GEE, we were in the every 2 months we meet. Kumudika madam appears from Colombo in our meeting. So we wanted to expand this. From singularity, now universe is expanding, physics professors are here. Why is it expanding? To accommodate all our activities is expanding, otherwise it will shrink. Even my muscles getting expanded, if I get used, I'm practicing something with the muscles. Then the byproduct come. So in this arena, the GEE, okay, theoretical things are coming up. I may tell you, in the human rights, then there is a fundamental right. Human right is an international business. Then the fundamental right has to do with the constitution. If the constitution is not ready, how can you enjoy our fundamental right in this country? I tell you, today it's going in the live stream. You still talk about 19, 20, 21, 22. Ethnic problems are every day they talk about it. So many ethnic communities are living in other countries. We have only 2, basically, or 3. So that's what our intellectual community, we have to advocate this removing all kind of violence, things contributing to the instability. That's the word we want to use. Things contributing to the conflicts. Now we got the money from Graduate Studies Dean is here. I am organizing an MSc program. Already in Kelania we have the program on MS Masters on Conflict Studies. Maybe in the Colombo we have this program. So academics, we have to give the seed. Then the community will grow it. This culture will another subculture. This will spread. This will spread. So the woman feels safe. Even my son know where to dial because his school is was told. If you have problem with your father, call. When I was there, not there. I would have called so many occasions in the house when I was a kid. Now this is the at least the base ideas coming up. So as a human beings, we are the people, we are the best beings. So our agenda is to be happy. So university in Sri Lanka is normally more or less funded by the public. So the GW concept, now the second committee working, now the more and more people are participating. So we had to keep this one foster and promoted. We had to foster it and promoted it. Now what I am telling is this University Jaffna GW should come like a model. We are not doing just to have it because the quality assurance requirement or the review circle, they will ask for it. No, we want to develop because Jaffna has been known for developing very good things, especially in the education and culture. Now we celebrated recently 200 years of medical education in South Asia. It's originated somewhere in a village here by Samuel Green. Now we have been holding this. Our consultant all coming from Jaffna and serving entire world. So similarly engineering tradition we have. Similarly our cultural contribution to the region as well as the community is large. Recently now we got the faculty of Ramanathan, Sir Pon Ramanathan Faculty of Performing Arts and Visual Arts. Okay, we have a university in Colombo. Now we got a regional one. So this will thrive. Already this is more than 50 years old. So we have to keep that one growing. So in this respect, ladies and gentlemen, when you come to women's rights, even you look at the country like Switzerland, now everything run in referendum. They got the voting in 1971. Would you believe it? Somebody had advocated. Somebody had advocated. Women face a lot of problem all over the world, in all the sectors. In Sri Lanka, 52% of the population is women, but only in the workforce, 32. Even the work are very mediocre jobs, not in the executive. Even the parliament, they say, only 5% representation. Now, even earlier it's a 3% representation. So these are data, these are baseline data. Our mindset has to be changed. When we are more and more vigilant, then the deterrence develop. But first we have to begin with the University of Jaffna. In our place, people talk about ragging. I think lady, our today keynote speaker, Maitri Madam, so many times he visited our university, not only for English language educational promotion activities or enhancement activities. She come for some other project in the World Bank funded project, the UGC aligned project, especially prevention of ragging. So we have been addressing all the time. But this subculture also there. But we had to contribute this. For that, even recently we developed in the university a fast tracking system. So we want to have our own system before our circulars doing something. So similarly, there are issues for us. As a human beings, we have to address this. So I always say, human beings is good at what? I am an individual. I am a unique. I am unique. But at the same time, we unite here like this to achieve. Today, we have this GW conference is very different because we have been blessed with the presence of our Pavitra Javadana Madam from Department of International Studies of the University of Colombo, our Swenyana Jayasankar from Faculty of Arts, Eastern University, Ruavadi, our government agent, she has been collaborating with us in a number of projects. Because the Kilinochi area, there is a woman-headed family, is big number, in the thousands. Women-headed family, only the total population is 100,000. Because they have been devastated, because the war front was there actually, not in Jaffna. Jaffna war front shifted to Vanni in 1995 after the reversal. So their suffered family, this lady is the government agent, is an alumni of the University of Jaffna. She has been collaborating with these two ladies, and we have been conducting a lot of programs there. I think one day you will see our website to see this. And our famous Jude Walton. I saw him in a baby of 1990 academic embargo time. He was a student in the management faculty, a basketball player. And then he has been working in the NGOs, and then he was heading the university college. Now heading the UNDP. I'm telling you, we are uniting now. UNDP funding coming. This funding go in astray. Most of the funding go in administration and other things. Even NGOs are total evaluation of NGOs performance in this part of the world. It is very, very debatable. So the Bolton union with our GWE is enriching us, because when we are envisaging this conference, we didn't have idea. Bursa said no vote for this kind of activities. So I said, ladies, you carry on with it. Somebody will come. Then UNDP not only now wanted to have this thing is sponsored, they say in the future also, International Women's Day also, they want to have with us in Manhattan. So thank you very much, Jolton, because the finance is more important than anything else when you come to organizing our activities. And also, Nataraja Sugitharaj, Jaffna Social Science Action Group, he is also our partner. So university, we are engaging. So we are spending our time with them. Social Action Group, Monia Sugitharaj, thank you very much. Your presence and your support, and also you also relieved that this is getting the meaningful stage of empowering the women in the villages. I think they are very desperate in some sense. And also now Kumudika Madam is already in our GWE, so she knows, and I welcome her from the University of Colombo all the way coming here. And Pavitra Kailasabari, also our product. Our first president of the University of Jaffna is Kailasabari's daughter. So she is always helping us from the HRM lady from the Colombo, and our best regards to her in enriching this conference. As a Vice Chancellor, as a General Chair, I had to acknowledge all their contribution, and also all the ladies and gentlemen, participation brings progress. It will give an inspiration for us. All the dean's presence, professors' presence, and the social women groups, activists are here, and our participants, you will enrich our event. So finally, what I would say, Lord Krishna says, Gita, that is my book, because I can't read all the books in the world. So I get one book, it says, Krishna says 3 things regarding the knowledge. One thing is the cause for all the problems in the world. Come on, root cause analysis. The cause for all the problems in the world is wrong thinking. Wrong thinking. And then he says the ultimate solution for all the problems in the world, the only solution is the knowledge creation. Then he says, little advancement of knowledge may save you from the greatest fear of our life. So ladies and gentlemen, knowledge is compared to light. We started with light in the oil lamp. Ignorance is compared to darkness. My master used to ask me a question. Sri, if you want to remove darkness, what is the way? So put in a bucket, cylinders, and throw out of the window? Or smuggle like a nuclear waste to other planet? How do you remove the darkness? Open up a window. Open the window. So GWE is a window for our university enlightenment. It's a window. Even UGC, we say all the program, new program, we call it a window. New window. That's what the standing committee, they talk. So this new window we open up only in the 2017. The pioneering committees here, I really, some of them are Dushani, Madan, Meena, and again the ladies are there. So they have done wonderful work. So we opened up a new window. This brings a light, because my master used to say, even within a dark room, by studying all the scriptures, all the prayers, not going to give you anything. The darkness remained darkness. Only one, we had lit the candle, open the window. One lit candle can light 1,000 unlit candles. I know this conference, some of them will gain something that will spread and bring enlightenment or bring knowledge-based development, not only University of Jaffna, those who are participating from other social groups, then the region, and today the VC media covering everything is going live stream, so other universities will look at it, so they may get inspired. Our is to bring a visibility to University of Jaffna, so this is a wonderful event, supported by many people. So I am delighted that is the juice, and the juice, I used to say, the coconut comes, Sri Lanka famous for coconut, it fall in the soil, then the flood come, take it, it float because laminated outside. Then the husk is there, keep it floating. Then the fiber is there, keep it floating. The husk is there to protect the kernel. Inside the kernel, there's the juice. So juice conference is the essence of everything. So many people have come, contribute. So your research will be disseminated. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Gender equality is not a women's issue. It's a human issue. It affects all of us. Thank you, sir, for your cheering and thoughtful address.
Yes, we are struggling for a uniting word, gender. But the good news is that we have a uniting movement. This is the time most awaited. We are about comments to releasing the proceeding of the Research Symposium on Gender Equity and Equality 2022. We cordially invite our joint editors, Dr. K. Pagirathan, Chairperson, Education and Research Committee, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna, and Mrs. Priya Muralidharan, Chairperson, Monitoring and Evaluation Committee, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna, to release the proceedings now.
Also, we would like to invite our General Chair of the RSGEE and our Vice Chancellor to issue the first copy of the proceeding to our keynote speaker today. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Sustainable development through gender equity and equality in the new normal, an ontological perspective. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Senior Professor G. Mihundan, Senior Professor in Agricultural Biology, University of Jaffna, to introduce our keynote speaker today. Welcome, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. I have the privilege to introduce Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe, the Chair and the Senior Professor of English at the Department of English and the founding Director of the Center for Gender Studies at the University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. She is also a visiting professor at the Center for Higher Education and Equity Research, University of Sussex, United Kingdom, and has been a visiting academic at a number of Sri Lankan universities, including University of Jaffna, during her academic career of 31 years. Her outstanding contributions spans a number of subjects through and evinced by her numerous publications. The co-authored ones are very popular: Fatalities, Accidents, Suicides, Femicides of Women and Girls in Sri Lanka, Beyond Glass Ceilings and Brick Walls, Gender at the Workplace, Gender Dimensions in Disaster Management, and which was translated into Urdu, Hindi, Tamil, and Sinhala. She has single-authored books, very particular, Towards Gender Equity and Equality, a scan of gender-sensitive laws, policies, and programs. It's a very recent one. Feminist Research Methodology, Making Meanings of Meaning-Making, and of course, the one which I have much interested on, From Theory to Action, Women, Gender, and Development. She was an associate editor of Wiley Blackwell Encyclopedia on Gender and Sexuality Studies in 2016, which runs into 5 volumes. Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe developed an influential training module, an introduction to gender mainstreaming universities in 2010 for the Association of Commonwealth Universities, UK. Being an expert on gender, her scholarly engagement interfaces research, teaching, training, policy development, evaluation, advocacy, and activism. Over 25 years of experience in formulating gender equity and equality policies, strategies, Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe is conducting gender sensitization trainings and evaluating women's and gender programs for local and international organizations. Her international collaborative engagements are incredible, with a number of UN organizations, including the International Labour Organization, United Nations Fund for Populations Activities, now it became a United Nations Fund, and United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, we call it as UNESCO, the Association of Commonwealth Universities, CARE International and Private Practical Action, as well as the Sri Lanka University Grant Commission. She has been a member of many bodies: Gender Advisory Group for the Gender Program at ACU, Standing Committee on Gender Equity and Equality at the UGC, Board of Studies of the Postgraduate Institute of English of the Open University, Faculty Board of the Postgraduate Faculty of University of Colombo, and the Medical Ethics Review Committee and the Clinical Trials Committee of the University of Colombo. She has also been on the governing board of Women's Education and Research Center in Colombo and the Advisory Council at Sangat, a South Asian feminist network based in India. Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe has been recently appointed to the Board of Trustees of the Asian University for Women based in Bangladesh. She has been a frequent keynote speaker for academic and professional organizations in Sri Lanka and worldwide. Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe is a role model to all women academics and a lesson to all academics how a woman being in family affair can rise up to this height with all those physical and psychological challenges and glorifying like the lotus of tower in the academic achievement. On behalf of the organizing committee, I cordially invite the noble, able, simple, powerful, intellectual Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe to deliver her most expected keynote address. Welcome, madam.
used to think that we lived in an age of neoliberal excess. But that was before this existential regress, this stress, this distress of a malevolent virus, of an economic hiatus, of a climatic riotous, of a political diametric, of a carcinogenous cyst, culminating in this postmodern extremis, if one can call it that. I mean, for us, the privileged of our genus, there was an endless abundance of callous consumption, or so we thought. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Sri Sat Kunaraja, and previous speakers, Professor Shivani Shanmugadas, Ms. Sivagauri Rajashantan, Professor Ganeshalingam Shashikesh, members of the organizing committee of this conference, as well as members of the Center for Gender Equity and Equality, fellow academics, students. Good morning. Thank you, Senior Professor. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name for this very extensive introduction. Thank you very much, although you almost took away my poetic reading by that. I was delighted when the convener of the RSGEE, Ms. Sivagauri Rajashantan, invited me to deliver this keynote at this year's conference. It was indeed a great honor, and I accepted with considerable humility and gratification, as it gives me the opportunity to visit Jaffna once again and to renew bonds of sisterhood and solidarity with the Center for Gender Equity and Equality after an interruption of about 4 years, I believe. And during that time, we as a nation has gone through many crises, national, local, and for me personal as well. But I remember with great pleasure and with some poignancy the last time I was here 4 years ago with the South Asian woman feminist activist, social scientist and writer, the late Kamla Basin, for a gender workshop. I recited a few stanzas of poetry earlier in order to create an ambience in which to deliver my address, which is titled Sustainable Development Through Gender Equity and Equality in the New Normal, an Ontological Perspective. And let me warn you, I plan on bursting into more poetry from time to time, so please don't get disturbed. Ever since the adoption of the UN Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, sustainable development in that popular imagination has come to mean the implementation of the SDGs. Of course, you may remember that the term was first referred to in a book related to the Stockholm Conference on Human Environment half a century ago, in 1972. The Brundtland report of Our Common Future, headed by the Norwegian Prime Minister Gro Harlem Brundtland in 1987, makes an emotive appeal by stating, I quote, "Humanity has the ability to make development sustainable, to ensure that it meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs." And this has more or less become a defining locution for sustainable development today. Now, it is not within the purview of this address to linger on the conceptual trajectory of sustainable development channeled through various UN conferences over the last few decades, from Stockholm to Rio de Janeiro to the launch of the SDGs in 2015. As we are all aware, 193 countries have committed to the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, which outlines 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 associated targets. Unlike the developmental framework of the Millennium Development Goals 2000 to 2015, which were considered to be somewhat simplistic and its aspirations somewhat apathetic, UN literature informs us that the SDGs are integrated and far-reaching, that they are balanced on Elkingston's 3 ontological pillars constituting economic viability, environmental protection, and social equity. That they link the present with the future and as such are multi-generational, that they scale the local, the regional, and the national. Moreover, that they are founded on integrated human needs as opposed to wants, and have to be inescapably intertwined with governance, with technology, and as has been argued of late by Zeng and all, with culture, or rather, the diversity and proliferation of cultures. And still, the northern woman, Sivaranjani, stands still by the roadside in Mullatiu, a hand on her hip, the sun in her head, a glint in her nostril, awaiting the arrival of transitional justice by the SLTB bus. But he never comes. Meanwhile, lifetimes have passed in the limpid eyes of the Tamil Sahodari, even though she is only 70 years of age. SDG 5 on gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls is not only a standalone goal, but one that also cross-cuts and intersects all other goals. The 9 targets of this goal seem to recognize that gender inequality and women's oppression are entrenched in structural forces, ideologies, and institutions, both public and private, and manifests themselves in highly inequitable and discriminatory social norms and practices, which cut across economic, political, social, and cultural arenas. Moreover, the rest of the SDGs are invested with a gender lens so as to enable women and girls, encourage their participation in the implementation of all goals, and ultimately ensure a positive impact of all SDGs on women and girls. No doubt this can be seen as a promising initiative as it arises from the gaps and snags of hitherto historical conceptual frames and strands of women in development, WID, women and development, WAD, gender and development, GAD, as well as gender mainstreaming and intersectionality. And theoretically, the SDGs strive to merge historical development thinking on gender. First, of the social category of women as founded on similarities between 2 sexes, genders, and therefore requiring equal treatment, gender equality. Second, the social category of women as founded on the differences between the 2 sexes, genders, and therefore requiring empowerment via affirmative action, or what CEDAW, the Commission on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, calls substantive equality. The need to address the differences between the 2 genders differentially, but still equally, with equality in results. Of course, this is also termed gender equity. However, these versions of gender are not able to cognize gender other than as a binary that locates and cements men and women as 2 static opposites. However, today, gender is understood as incorporating the 3 dimensions of the body, identity, and social gender, and even as constituting a diversity or spectrum of sexual and gender identities. As individuals continue to self-identify their gender status in relation to gender identity, sexual orientation, gender oppression, or sex characteristics, as shown by gender researchers such as Park and Menon, not only in relation to the Western identities of straight, gay, lesbian, homosexual, heterosexual, bisexual, and asexual, but also culture-specific terms such as Metis in Nepal, Cathay in Thailand, Kuchu in the Swahili language, Badake in North American Indian cultures, Bakla in the Tagalog language, Fafafine in Samoa, Hijra and Kinna in Hindi, and Banesha in the Balkans, or any term that they wish. While the SDGs do not explicitly refer to these fluid and expanded possibilities of gender, LGBTQI+ academics and activists worldwide have seen the framework as an opportunity to demand the inclusion of their interests into global development agenda and into national priorities, policies, and programs. To this end, both women and the LGBTQI+ communities have worked relentlessly on the specific targets of the SDGs, such as the social protection systems, target 1.4, achieving universal health and coverage, target 3.8, ending violence against and exploitation of women and girls, target 5.2, promoting the rule of law and ensuring equal access to justice, target 16.3, adopting fiscal and social policies that promote equality, target 10.4, ensuring public access to information and ensuring fundamental freedoms, target 16.10. For instance, let me state the obvious. Legal gender recognition of a person's current gender identity through the amendment of official personal identification documents is vital for transgender individuals, given that a person's ability to vote, bank, travel, rent a home, and seek medical assistance, etc., would be reliant on their personal legal documents. In Sri Lanka, there is also a need of what is called a clear birth certificate, which does not indicate the previous sex, gender, or transgender, or an intersex people, among them children. Now, feminist critiques of the SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals, range from the economic and financial, that the SDGs do not interrogate the fundamental beliefs of neoliberal economic models, which focus on economic growth, industrialization, free markets, as well as globalization, and which have come under severe strain in our times. That there is inadequate SDG funding available for nation states. The achievements of the goals are reliant solely on the motivation and goodwill of governments, INGOs, NGO sectors, private sectors, etc. The political, that the SDG targets do not engage sufficiently with the power differentials in social relations, either at macro or micro levels. Rather, it takes as given the hierarchies of gender, class, region, language, levels of development, historical inequalities, etc. The methodological, that the SDGs are based on the positivist assumption that all transformation is definitive and measurable. The final outcomes of the SDGs are reduced to numerical outcomes which may not necessarily construct or represent intangible on-ground social changes. And the cultural. Despite the good intentions of the SDG 5 targets, inadequate understanding of gender issues as well as discriminatory attitudes amongst local policymakers, implementers, and monitoring agents can easily derail progress. During the next segment of my speech, I will theoretically locate the global project of sustainable development. In other words, I would like to engage with the SDGs ontologically and epistemologically. I believe the VC has already located this conference ontologically earlier on. I use the word ontology to mean the understanding of reality or what constitutes reality or the existence of reality. And I use the term epistemology to indicate ways and possibilities of knowing that reality or the existence of that reality. Of course, as scholars, we are all mindful that it is often challenging to disentangle ontology and epistemology, given that our ways of knowing reality or understanding reality cannot always be distinguished from our ways of experiencing reality. And actually, to be quite honest, the Vice-Chancellor has preceded me because in the morning, earlier on, he referred to the Hindu ontology and epistemology of reality and knowledge creation. Consequently, my question at this point is, what are the core assumptions of global reality behind the formulation and implementation of the SDGs? The predominant ontological belief fueling sustainable development emanates from the perspective of liberalism, with its historic roots in the Enlightenment movement in the West and its cornerstones of reason, humanism, universal truth, and history as a progression. And this comes from 200 years ago or more. Liberal values have been the overarching epistemology of the so-called civilizing project of modernity, modernism, and modernization from the 19th to the 21st centuries, which has manifested in neoliberalism and globalization by the 21st century. The SDGs thus center on the ontological belief in a rational human subject who is bestowed with fundamental rights, as the human subject is deemed to be distinct from and superior to animals due to the power of intellectual reasoning, as well as the ability to control both internal emotions and the external state of nature. This is the foundational premise of the age of the Anthropocene. As you can see, the SDGs strive to ensure that no one is left behind. They also draw on an Aristotelian hegemony of reason or logic and rationality, as well as the Enlightenment tenets of science, observation, and empirical evidence. And therefore, there is a heavy emphasis on the monitoring and evaluation of the SDGs. Furthermore, they subscribe to the principal understanding that certain universal principles are generalizable from the personal to people and to societies, as proposed originally by Immanuel Kant, the French philosopher of the 18th century. In this sense, the idea of sustainable development is a grand narrative, and in this instance, of progress and civilization. Finally, history is conceptualized as always moving forward, always moving towards some kind of purpose or teleological conclusion. Development then is comprehended as material, cognitive, and moral progress. For example, the SDGs take into account the needs of the present and future generations, grounded on the assumption that the function of development is to create a better society. Apart from these assumptions, the SDGs are also anchored in the underlying system of enlightenment-based values, including pacifism, egalitarianism, freedom, space, solidarity, and justice. And do I think that liberal democracy will save me? Even centuries ago, the Athenians knew that she was just a perverted myth, whether direct or representative or otherwise. But today, she is gunned down by postmodern practice. Yet interestingly, the epistemological assumptions relating to the SDGs do not halt at modernity. Rather, it would seem that inherent to the SDGs are also features and assumptions of postmodernity. Western, in the intellectual tradition or ontology of postmodernism and post-structuralism, the world and the individual is understood to be socially constructed, very often by language and discourse. Western theorists like Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, Jean Baudrillard, Jean-François Lyotard, and Slavoj Žižek are often skeptical about and deconstruct what are considered to be the essences and definitions of things, self-evident truths, transcendental origins, particularly of religions and the law, natural reference, grand narratives, centers, fixities, including the centrality and the stability of the human subject or the self. Instead, they explore multiplicity, localized truths, diversity, nuances, conflicts, displacements, and contradictions. Now, today, this leaves us thirsting for the truth or any truth, searching, researching, quantifying, qualifying, collaborating, confabulating, constructing, deconstructing, reconstructing, dismembering, Googling, opining, truth tabling, experimenting, replicating, predicating, validating, meditating, praying for a truth ceaselessly. But can the truth be known? Yet postmodernity and modernity are not mutually exclusive. For instance, notions of free choice, diversity, and the capacity for critical expression are common to both modernity and postmodernity. Postmodernity, then, is not to be considered a negation of the antithesis of modernity, nor is postmodernity to be seen as superseding modernity. In fact, our perceptions of realities today tend towards both the modern and the postmodern simultaneously. Take, for instance, the understanding of intersectionality, the analytical framework originally proposed by feminist legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw to demonstrate the crosscuts of race and gender, which is now utilized to establish how interlocking systems not only of gender and race, but other interlocking systems of power can impact the most marginalized in a community. Within the SDG discourse, the dimensions of people, the planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships are understood to overlap each other and are codependent on each other. To break that down, you cannot achieve SDG 5, gender equality and women's empowerment, without SDG 1, no poverty, without addressing SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, which can't be achieved without the implications that come with achieving SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, and so on. Postmodern thinking is also reflected in the SDG methods of evaluation. Take the concept of self-referentiality. The SDGs utilize each country's own baseline data to measure progress over the ensuing 15 years, even though sustainable development is considered a grand vision of modern unification and standardization. Yet, are we stranded within the fault lines of our fundamental premise, within a serrated split in paradigm of what we consider to be the truth of our reality that has rapidly gone amiss, with the gilded fantasies of the last centuries, democracy and modernization decaying into debris in our hands? The SDGs may well reflect the dominant ontologies and epistemologies at play or in conflict with one another, but can they grasp and grapple with the insecurities, uncertainties, and instabilities of our times? because one cost of contemporary civilization and our moment of existence, with its heightened crosscuts relating to environment, technology, and culture, is that of risk, as pointed out by Adam Plachek. The last few years have made us acutely aware of the accumulation and intensification of risks from these very facets and extents of nature and civilization. I believe that the scholars at this conference will go on to highlight the unprecedented health, ecological, social, and economic risks, threats, and upheaval which have not only taken human lives but also generated and molded gender inequality and inequity during the last couple of years in Sri Lanka. Our adversary that slopped the scale is an indiscernible germ that glides in the air, that strikes us unaware, sounds forewarning of disease and demise, leaving our bodies locked in ascetic extremis. In other words, of COVID-19 and its knock-on effects on the health and incomes, while we women have been induced under lockdown to grind and grind and grind ourselves into grits for household production, for sexual reproduction, until one day a woman's palm squashed the blood-sucking silver-black striped parasite within her family. Of the escalation of violence, increase in unpaid workloads, physical safety, freedom, and leisure within the households for women. But on reflection, can we definitely blame or absolve? Can we truly reason who or why or how? Can we really trace cause and effect or action or reaction in the commodification of products, the production of technology, the technologization of industry, the industrialization of the globe, the globalization of multinationals, the multinationalization of capitalism, the capitalization of democracy, the democratization of the digital, the digitalization of politics, the politicization of religion, the religionization of commodities, the commodification of products, of the perpetuation of unsustainable systems of consumption and production that have led to deprivation and augmented poverty. Blemishes on the sun, followed by days and days of shadow, followed by crashing rain, falling on rust, soil, crumbling under your feet, land sliding off hilltops and highlands, falling on creeks, cascades, canals, rivers, swampland, lagoons, overflowing on hamlets and households, suburbs and settlements, townships and the metropolis, portending the gloaming years of the Kali Yuga. Of hurtling climate mutations and other environmental as well as human-caused disasters of governance that have led to humanitarian crisis once again with its differential, multi-layered and multidimensional impacts, particularly on women. Our rage spills crimson on these tarred roads, but can revolt alone be enough? Of increasing nationalisms and parochiality, discriminations, social protests, and uprisings. As all hail the new truths of the era, intrigues, inanities, litanies, banalities, home truths, homilies, totalities, fatalities, celebrities, fake news, memes, remedies, parodies, indiscriminate generalities. Of the digital ontologies or the acceptance of digital cultures as realities that are replacing and recasting human interactions. It is no surprise then that the UN Women's Gender Snapshot on the progress of the SDGs as at 2022 indicates that the world is not on track to achieve the aspirations of gender equality by 2030, if it ever were. And somewhat disappointingly, only 47% of data required to track progress on gender SDG 5 are currently available, rendering women and girls effectively invisible. While the aspirations of modernity and enlightenment and the Enlightenment civilizing project has been to anticipate, project, assess, control, and prevent these growing dangers and threats, humankind has as yet to dominate the dimension of fate or destiny. On the other hand, postmodernist consciousness of dealing with these hazards, upheavals, and insecurities have been through cultures of revolutionary political awakenings and personal activism, which is generating an amplified new morality and vice versa. This morality often expresses itself in activist cultures that include extreme woke or wokeism in Western countries, singularly negative standpoints, intense political polarizations, righteousness, irreverence, moral censure and erasure, individual invective, mass public protests, and cancel cultures. Unfortunately, nation-states have continued to respond to these manifestations and cultures of post-modernity with the structures, apparatus, and tools of modernity. Consequently, it is important to note that development literature tends to portray the concept of culture either as constituent or as functional or as both in relation to sustainable development. A panel regression study by Sinju et al. In 2019, synthesizing existing evidence, shows that cultural traits are linked to the achievement of all 17 SDGs, represented by 133 or 79% of the 169 SDG targets. The results of this statistical analysis provide evidence that cultural values can be attributed to explain as much as 26% of the variations in the achievements of the SDGs, even though the links are strikingly divergent across cultural traits and across SDGs. The path to gender equality and equity through sustainable development needs to account for and resolve two compelling ontological factors: the omnipresent element of risk in life and how we anticipate and mitigate these risks that are not only ontological or ecological, that are not only ecological but also human caused, due to intent or error or due to failed systems, a challenge from the modernist perspective. The personal conviction that our subjective ontologies and epistemologies are accurate and superior, that they are the truth, a challenge from the postmodernist perspective. I chose to engage with the theme of this conference from an ontological perspective, mainly because I feel that we as academics and activists tend to approach our work without much consideration of and for the wider ontological span and scope of our existence. Because our epistemologies are linked to our disciplines, and apart from the advent of reflexivity and interdisciplinary transdisciplinary research, we have a tendency to work in silos. Moreover, because our work is often only governed by the political and other considerations of the here and the now. I will leave you with the following lines, and then eventually, our time too will skulk off to the naked acreages of the Singharaja, to heave and heave and heave, birthing in extremis yet another premise of a thesis, antithesis, synthesis, or some blood-stained cosmic metamorphosis, or perhaps a butterfly fluttering to materialize from a chrysalis, all of which will not shackle us, as we will be free and mercifully not there to see. Nandri. Thank you very much.
Madam, your keynotes on the exigent social, political, and cultural challenges of our times from the lens of gender equity and equality are very much constructive for all of us. You have highlighted some of the assumptions and gaps relating to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Agenda. You also have argued that if attempts at sustainable development are to succeed, they will need to engage simultaneously with the ontological perspective and dimensions. Thank you so much for your contemplate speech at this gathering. And now, kindly I request our dignitaries be seated in the first row of this auditorium.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have a feast for your ears and minds yet again, because our panelists are ready to discuss on gender and politics with the magnificent knowledge sharing. Panel discussion RSGEE-2022 will be opened by Professor R. Surendra Kumaran, Dean, Faculty of Medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, panel moderator, Professor Surendra Kumaran. Over to you, sir. We welcome our panelists to the podium. Dr. Pavitra Jayawardena, Department of International Relations, Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo.
She will be followed by Dr. Sivanyanam Jayashankar, Department of Fine Arts, Faculty of Arts and Culture, Eastern University.
He'll be followed by Mrs. Rubavati Kediswaran, District Secretary, District Secretariat, Kilinochchi.
She will be followed by Mr. Jude Walton, Project Manager, United Nations Development Program.
He'll be followed by Mr. Nadaraja Sugidharaj, Coordinator, Jaffna Social Action Center, JSAC.
Good morning. Vanakkam. Today we are here to discuss this first conference of Center for Gender Equality and Equity. After listening very thought-provoking and very important inauguration talk, particularly by our conference chair, Professor S. Sri Sakanaraja, General Chair, and the conference chair for this particular conference, Mrs. Swagauri Professor Shivani Shanmugadas, then Sivagauri Raja Sandan is a convener, and also the secretary, Professor Sasihes. And then we were listening that a keynote speak from our Honorable First Lady and Senior Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe, and she covered most of the aspects of this present change and the scenario, what is happening globally, and with this from ontological aspects to the Millennium Development Goal, and then to the Sustainable Development Goal, and the present changes happening in the recent years, particularly after this pandemic, and then this crisis, post-pandemic era, and the challenges that are faced by the particularly women, the global women, Sri Lankan women, and also women living in our region. Today, as a kind of the moderator of this panelist, I want to introduce the panel discussion today. So, gender issues and the rights and the politics. So here, this panel discussion is going to be the gender and the politics. So when we talk about the role of the woman and then our social system and the structure, we have to start from this, always starting from household, then household to the community, then community to the region, and the national and the international arena. So most of the time that woman in our existence, that human existence, the woman played a major role of humanizing our human society. Particularly that woman played a leading role. Most of the time it's not recognized or maybe not really understood by the other gender, this male. That is the problem. So always women play a great role, whether it's at the household level or maybe in the community level or maybe in the national level. And sometimes this is another aspect, and the women usually they don't highlight or they don't come out and say, you guys, you see that our roles, right? Without our thing, you can't sustain or you can't run the system. So that kind of thing really we need as a kind of academic institution, the knowledge creating place. It has three roles. So one is that providing maybe that knowledge to the undergraduate or maybe providing thing. The second important aspect is carry out the research, and third is community engagement. If the university doesn't involve on all these kind of a three-dimensional aspect which is expected from a higher educational institution, then what is happening then, university will be away from the real community and the system. So we have to congratulate the leaders of this gender equality and equity of the University of Jaffna to organize this as a kind of one of the events. There are many events that are organized by this group of academics, but this the glory of this event is really kind of eye-opening, and we can see this organizational or inter-organizational collaboration we can see here. The same thing when we look at our panelists. So we could see the panelists coming from academic institution and then from administrative, that the bureaucrats and then we have people working, UN NGO, and then working in the national NGO. So, and also here we got the participants coming from this university and also from other organizations, that mean government and non-governmental organizations. So this is a good forum for us to discuss and think, and this conference may be the good place to come up and give some kind of a real guidance. That's what we need for this country at the moment with this crisis. So we have to find out the way out from our problems. So always working together and building up this network is the key element, and we should be able to understand the issue that at the grassroots level, and then that should go up to this. Not like this coming like Millennium Development Goal or SDG coming from top to bottom. We have to go from this bottom-top approach. So this conference really will help us to address some of the issues highlighted by our keynote speaker. Then I hope our panelists also will consider that, and we could be able to make a couple of key suggestions for our future activities and the progress and the directions for our institutions. So with this, my remark, I have to set out the rules for our panel discussion. So I'm thinking that we are overwhelming now that we got 1:05. Suppose we have to start by 11:15. So now its time is 11:05. So we got some additional time. But anyhow, I want these speakers to restrict your presentations at least within 10 minutes time. So it may be easy, then we can have a kind of a spare time, or maybe that have a additional time to have a kind of a comment discussion related to the points and questions, or maybe that proposed by all the panelists. With that ground rule, I think that all of us will agree for that. And then with that, I am related to invite our first panelist. So Dr. Pavitra Jevatna, the Department of International Relations, Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo. So that Dr. Pavitra has extensive experience of the international relations, geopolitics, and also involving some of these research methodology teaching related to that. And also she has done quite a lot of work related to the gender, migration, and the issues related to the migration. And usually this, our country, this one of the main income of getting this income from migrant population, especially from the women. So then as a country, we need to think about that, whether we want to send these unskilled domestic servants as our respective women, or are we going to make them as a kind of a skillful people and to get a kind of a respective job when they go to the immigrant countries. So with all these things, I think then she will focus more on this gender and politics. The politics, when we talk about that, most of the time people think about the politics of political parties, but the politics is actually to govern, and then kind of people to interact each other and they govern the place. So governing is for this institution, governing is even at home, governing is at different aspects. So then the panelists will address the issues, maybe that related to some gender and then the migrating woman and also some of these perspectives of her expertise. So that's now it's time for you to start Dr. Pavitra.
Vanakkam, good morning. I'm deeply honored to be invited as a panelist for the Research Symposium on Gender Equity and Equality 2022. And I would like to thank Vice Chancellor of University of Jaffna, Professor Sri Sat Kunaraja, Joint Conference Chair, Convener, Joint Secretary, and the entire conference organizing team for inviting me, and many congratulations for putting everything together for today. The theme of the panel, Gender and Politics, is something that deeply resonates with me. In my day-to-day work, I often interrogate these two terms, gender and politics, and how these two terms affect each other. Today, I use the term politics in a broader meaning, not just to mean party politics or national, local level politics, but with the meaning of politics as exercise of power. Thus, any decision-making space is political to me. Let it be a decision-making body where we make decisions about constitutional changes, or decisions like changes to our curricula, or to a decision like who is going to cook dinner tonight. Therefore, it is not untrue to say that my encounters with the society is often political and gendered, and so are yours, although you notice it or not. In today's speech, I thought to share two ideas that I'm contemplating: how gendered politics is and how political the gender is. Before I start my talk, I must also alert you, some of my contents might unsettle you, might make you feel uneasy, but I invite you that we'll take this as a learning experience and a journey. First, let's talk about how gendered politics is. Let's do it through an experience that I personally felt during the period of Aragalia, a political struggle that I invested a lot of my time and energy. And in sharing this story as a woman from South, I also believe that we can start a conversation about similar and different ways we, women in Sri Lanka, experience politics and gender in our own communities. Now, so there are two images here, and you can see me in both pictures, holding a placard. Well, one photo here is real, and the other one is fake. To give you a brief background to the real photo, which is the first one, this is from one of the protests that we organized in front of our university, University of Colombo, somewhere in April this year. The message I'm holding has a bit of a background. The statement says, Dharmaya obata maga veva. In English, may the Dhamma be your path. And in Tamil, I believe, Dharmam ungal padhyahal. This is a term invented by a young, politically active person who supported the previous president in our circles. The term was then used widely with multiple meanings and interpretations. During the Aragalia period, in this protest, I wrote this statement in a placard to show my dissent in a form of a parody to the former government, and I wrote, and this is my handwriting, Sir, may the religion be your path. The idea was, Mr. President, you should understand people's views and respect them, and at least I hope Dharma or Dhamma will show you that way. I uploaded this picture to my social media account, and it became a bit viral among us circles. And the next day, I received the fake one, which is the second image. My placard had been edited into another statement. And now it says, stop power cuts, because otherwise my husband will continue to intimidate me. Now, okay, for the time being, let's keep aside the cyberbullying aspect of it and focus only on the content. The edited version had got my dissent completely based on my gender. In my real photo, I clearly presented my opposition to a political ideology. But in the fake one, I'm asking to stop power cuts because there is a particular challenge that is unique to my gender. And if we unpack the assumptions behind such a wording, those would be accepting that as a woman, I'm subjected to domestic violence and power cuts worsen it. I don't have any agency in the act of sex. I don't have the control of how my body is used, and that my consent doesn't matter. If someone does not know that this is a fake picture, no one can even imagine that this is fake, because in a way, the new placard also clearly supports the dissent. It opposes power cuts. It makes a clear demand. So it's against the government. So at the outset, no one can even think that this is a fake one because it displays dissent. Later, I saw the same image, same placard used by several other women protesters in various protest sites. But with this experience, I don't know whether those are real images or fake images anymore. But what I know is that there was this campaign in a very subtle way to discredit women protesters, to discourage them to continue protesting, ridicule them, and undermine their ability to resist against powerful political structures. Well, I don't know who did this or why, but this experience really showed me how gendered our political spaces are, how gender can be used as a powerful tool to suppress certain communities. Well, although this is based on an experience of one person, we all can think of similar experiences from different places. For example, we know how places like the parliament is gendered when women MPs are asked to speak softly like females without shouting like male MPs. We know how student political spaces are gendered when we see male students taking meetings at their hostels at nights where female students are not available. And we know how gendered our families are when our fathers or husbands do not talk politics with us because they think women don't understand politics. Although none of these experiences can be generalized because not everyone at every point think in masculine forms, we can't also deny the fact that the politics is very much gendered and embedded in our structures. The one before. Yeah, next one. Yeah. Politics is anyway known as a men's business. Men who know how to rule, how to make clear decisions, who are not emotional and can turn ruthless and bold if necessary. Masculinity and politics have a long and close association. Characteristics associated with manliness, such as toughness, courage, power, independence, and even physical strength, have throughout history been those most valued in the conduct of politics. Frequently, manliness has also been associated with violence and use of force. The popular narrative towards women is that women, who are these fragile, emotional, and soft creatures, are not tough enough or strong enough to do politics. The next slide. Therefore, when Anne Tickner says, international politics is a man's world, I completely agree with that and say that international politics is just another representation of domestic politics, reminding you that at the National Parliament of Sri Lanka, women representation is only 5%. And that means the rules, regulations, laws, and policies that are made for us and imposed on us are made through processes where our representation is very limited. Nonetheless, those policies affect us enormously. However, Cynthia Enloy reminds us another interesting point. Although women have had historically underrepresented in politics, such as in parliaments and other local government bodies, she says that does not mean women have not shaped politics or that they have not made any impact on politics. While agreeing with the issue of underrepresentation in politics based on gender, Enloy also argues that perhaps we should watch women more closely and to understand their influence on politics. And according to her, if we watch women more closely and in a more nuanced way, we might be able to see how women play a vital role in politics in different capacities. And Enloy's famous question is, where are the women? She reminds us that if we want to know how women shape politics, we should not only look at women in leadership positions, but we should also look at women in other positions. She asks what impact a wife of a diplomat may do in foreign policy making, or what role might a wife of a political leader or maybe a president will play in shaping politics, and we can ask it from Professor Wickramasinghe. What role a mother of a high-level military officer will play in shaping politics? I watched Ponniyin Selvan 1 recently and was amazed by the two key roles of Nandini and Kundavai in shaping politics. Nandini, played by Aishwarya Rai, Kundavai, played by Trisha. Well, although it's a fiction based on some true story, for the moment we'll assume that it's a true story. I mean, if so, just imagine how much these two characters, two women, have shaped politics and made impact in making decisions to their husbands, their fathers, their brothers, in shaping the politics that they do. Through conspiracies, through spying, through love, through marriages, pregnancies, how much women have shaped politics in the history. How many political decisions, such as going to wars, avoiding wars, making peace, grabbing power, legitimizing power, might have happened through women's labor, women's bodies, and women's interventions. Enloy's feminist curiosity helps us here because apparently, although women are underrepresented at top levels, nonetheless, women have been a part of shaping politics on their own ways, as queens, as mothers, as sisters, as wives, as nannies, as nurses, etc. But how come we did not think about this as much as we should have? How come, despite all this, women are not considered as strong enough or courageous enough to do politics, but men are the perfect fit? And this is where I think the gender is political. The historicization of gender is political. How we write history, how we think about what we think as important stories, important characters to record in the history, what are the stories that are not important is political. So the gender histories, again, are decided through masculine political forces and are very much state-centric, as Professor Wickramasinghe was also speaking. Those are in line to state agendas that are often manly. This is why our political histories are always about kings, knights, and male leaders, except a few heroines who we would again call as brave as men. So the measurement of success in politics is often in comparison to manliness, and this is what I would call the politics of gender. In conclusion, I would like to leave you with this question. Politics is gendered and gender is political, isn't it? With that, I conclude my remarks. Again, I have no words to say how much this invitation means to me at the University of Jaffna, and I sincerely believe that these types of conversations about gender and politics is very much needed, and that we need to expand them across the country. Thank you so much, and I hope we can work together for a better and an equal future. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Dr. Pavitra, for highlighting the key issues what we are facing as this involvement of women in politics. I also forgot to mention that some of the things that we can have this panel, and also organizers ask us to have this discussion maybe in bilingual, that English and Tamil, something that because of some of the participants may have kind of a difficulty of understanding English. So then I will first this highlighting that gender issue, how that is used, not this for the power play by these particularly men or somebody, we don't know this. The fake message is mainly this from powerful people, and also she has kind of indicated that how in our the ancient history, then there are so many examples. So one of them example, she quoted this Ponniyin Selvan, and even there also that one of the scene or one of the thing is describing how this there was a meeting with these kings, the sub-kings of this Chola emperor, and then they were discussing then how this king Chola decided who to be the next emperor, and then they were laughing, and the Chola king got this advice from two ladies. The one lady is this Sambian Madhavi, the Sundaran Pandian's brother's wife, and then she's actually widow, and other one is Chola's daughter. So then they were laughing. Instead of asking us, the Chola king got the advice from these two ladies. So then the suppression of that maybe that maybe underestimate the value of the woman happened in historically also. This all using all this power play business. So இங்கே இருக்கிற எங்களுடைய பிரதேச மற்றும் கிராம மட்டங்களில் வேலை செய்கிற உத்தியோகத்தர்களுக்கு டாக்டர் பவித்ரா வந்து எங்களுக்கு சில தகவல்களை முன்வைத்திருக்கின்றார். தற்போதைய அரசியல் அரங்கில் எவ்வாறு பெண்களை அவர்கள் அந்த அரசியலில் ஈடுபடுவதை தடுப்பதற்கு எவ்வழிகளில் அந்த பெண்மை என்ற இதை வந்து பாவிக்கப்படுகின்றது என்பதை பற்றி அவர் தன்னுடைய சில உதாரணங்களுடன் எப்படி அந்த அண்மையில் நடந்த போராட்டத்தின் பொழுது எவ்வாறு சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் சமூக வலைத்தளங்களில் அந்த பெண்மை இதை பாவித்து ஒருவர் போராட்டத்தில் ஈடுபடுவதை தடுக்கலாம் என்பதற்கான வழிவகைகள் செய்யப்பட்டிருந்தன என்பதையும் தொடர்ந்து இவ்வாறான விடயங்கள் பல மட்டங்களில் முக்கியமாக எங்களுடைய பாராளுமன்றத்தில் பெண்களுடைய பங்கு வந்து 5 வீதமாக இருப்பதையும் குறிப்பிட்டிருந்தார். So in this talk also this Vice Chancellor in his address had mentioned now this getting the voting thing that the US that the two ladies that they were able to get that but in Sri Lanka actually that got this in South Asia, that the first country in 1931 the woman in Sri Lanka gave the voting power. So Sri Lanka was, and also this when we took this education, the free education introduced in this post-independent era, that's why now we are getting we are performing very well in maternal and child health indicators in the region. That's one of the region that women education, the free education made the woman to go to the schools and get education. That made, now we are very good in, as of my public health specialist, I know this, we are very good in our vaccination coverage. Why this vaccination coverage is not because of our preventive health program or not. Because all the mothers, they take their kids to the vaccination center. So most of our vaccine coverage is 97, 98, 99%. Even it's still this measles that measles cases are in London, but we are not getting measles cases because our mothers are taking their kids to the vaccination centers. So, எங்களுக்கு மதர் அம்மாமார் அந்த குடும்பம் பிள்ளைகள் அவ்வளோ அக்கறையாக இருக்கிறபடியாக தான் நாங்கள் சில வேலைகளை சரியாக செய்யக்கூடியதாக இருக்கின்றது என்று கூறிக்கொண்டு the next panelist we have this Dr. Sivanyanam Yesankar, a senior lecturer, so a specialist in drama and theatre arts, initiator of traditional theatre, Kuthu, reformulation, conceptualized traditional theatre as a community theatre, an organizer of the third I local knowledge and skill activist friends circle, convener of the campaign Men's Journey Towards Gender Equality. சிவஞானம் ஜெயசங்கர் அவர்கள் இந்த சிரேஷ்ட விரிவுரையாளராக இருக்கின்றார். அவருடைய அவருடைய ஸ்பெஷல் பிரமைத்துவம் நாடகம் மற்றும் அரங்கியலில் அவருடைய ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட் நிபுணத்துவம் இருக்கின்றது. இவர் பல விடயங்களை ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கிறார். அதில் ஒரு கேம்பெயின் மென்ஸ் ஜேர்னி டுவர்ட்ஸ், அதாவது ஆண்களின் பயணம் பெண் சமத்துவத்தை பேணுவதற்காக என்ற ஒரு கேம்பெயின், அதாவது ஒரு ப்ரொபகண்டா ஒன்றை அவர் ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கின்றார். அவர் இது தொடர்பாக தன்னுடைய கருத்துக்களை இங்கே முன்வைப்பார். முன்னர் டாக்டர் பவித்ரா எனக்கு 10 நிமிடங்களுக்கு மேலே தர சொல்லி கேட்டிருந்தார். ஆனால் மற்ற நேரத்தை கருத்தில் கொண்டு பின்னுக்கு வர நிகழ்வுகளையும் கொண்டு 10 நிமிடங்களுக்குள் உங்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை முன்வைத்தால் நன்றாக இருக்கும். So then Dr. Pavitra has to have more than 10 minutes, but some of the ways and she is able to manage within 15 minutes time. So now I'm humbly requesting Dr. Sivanyanam Jesangar to accommodate his talk within 10 minutes time.
Dear colleagues and friends, so I am thankful for this opportunity to share my thoughts. So I am concentrating on gender and governance. Among the academic circle as well as in the state and non-governmental sectors, the term gender is very popular. But this term was introduced by feminist activists and ideologists in order to make aware the male-female hierarchy is not a natural order but a social construct. But the politics of our governance simply silent about feminist ideologies, feminist epistemologies, feminist methodologies. These are very positive and strong activities among academics as well as activists outside the academic institutions. Why we chose gender and not feminism? It is a big question, an important question. Because we are in the universities are talking of universal, international, and everything. But we simply forget that this universal and international is restricted to Eurocentric construction. In our histories, if it is history in the history department or sociology or in medicine, we are studying the world history simply from Greek to England, So simply a Western European history as world history. Still, we are not ready to read or review or revisit to understand the world map as it a whole. Even in the world map, the continent of Africa is minimized. The African scholars, they brought out so many things, how the colonial scholarship constructed a Eurocentric perception as universal. There are so many questioning and alternative actions, particularly from the academics and activists from decolonial thinking. There are a lot of materials, there are a lot of practices to question Europe is not the universe. Even in mathematics or science or sociology, in every discipline, we are talking of world only the Eurocentric view. Even we are familiar with the world map, we are simply not aware that the world is wider than Europe and later America. Even the Tamil politicians and activists, political activists mentioning of international community. For them, international means some Western European countries, not Bangladesh or Venezuela or Iran or Iraq or Sudan. So how our perspective is constructed by colonial modern education. Our perspective at thinking constructed by local and traditional hierarchical values, views through religion, and with colonial and modern education, mass media and entertainment, particularly advertisement. We are not critical of this. We are not familiar of these issues because we are not familiar with feminist ideologies, decolonial ideologies, and the indigenous ideologies of this world. So in order to revisit ourselves, we have to open ourselves beyond our constructed view of modern education and the world, globe, universe, or international. We are narrowly constructed by this Eurocentric and later the American constructions. And governance is always in the history. The question of governance, without this knowledge of feminism, decolonization, environmentalism, ecofeminism, there are and indigenous ideologies. Without this familiarization or the digestion of this knowledge, to what extent we can transform the governance, the system. Because giving space for women is not a present. The men and women differences is not giving freedom or giving, we are providing space, women first. This kind of stereotypical practices or thinking. So first, we have to introduce feminist ideologies, epistemologies, and methodologies into our academic practices. This simply needs action because our modern education is a paper tiger. that we are proud that more than 90% of Sri Lankans are literate, educated. But now we are all aware the status of our country. That simply shows the problem in our education itself. So this is the time to revisit, reformulate, and read the world beyond our constructed modern and colonial perspective. Then only we have familiar with different ways of knowing and doing things. This is the lack in our education, and we have to overcome it. And education without action will not bring a practical solution. That is why we have highly acclaimed academics, but how many theoreticians and inventors we produced through our system? Because theories allows through actions, academic actions. That is why now all over the world, the academic activism is insisted in order to make a change. So if we want to talk about a positive change, we have to familiarize ourselves with the challenging and to most of our people and system, some irritating or uncomfortable academic theories and practices in order to make a sustainable social change. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Yesangu, that postulating very important action point, because most of these the issues with is our education, and we always talk about this gender, not talking about feminism, and also then always limiting our studies and all our historical analysis limited to Eurocentric or colonial era, and then colonialism, and also how we can mobilize this education system to create more inventors and thinkers. So there's a need of this academic activism. முக்கியமாக டாக்டர் ஜெயசங்கர் அவர்கள் இங்கே வந்து நாங்கள் பால்நிலை சமத்துவம் என்றதை பற்றி கதைக்கிறோம், ஆனால் பெண்ணியம் அதை பற்றி கதைப்பது குறை வேண்டும். எங்களுடைய வரலாற்று ரீதியான எங்களுடைய முக்கியமாக பல்கலைக்கழகங்களோ அல்லது அறிவியல் ரீதியான ஆராய்ச்சிகள் எல்லாம் அந்த காலனித்துவ காலத்துக்கு பிற்பட்ட காலங்களை ஆராய்வதில் தான் நாங்கள் கூடுதலாக கவனம் செலுத்துவதாகும். எங்களுடைய முக்கியமாக எங்களுடைய நாட்டின் இப்போதைய நிலைமை என்னவென்று எங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இந்த நிலைமைக்கு எங்களுடைய பல்கலைக்கழகம் இந்த எடுகேஷன் வந்து எவ்வளவு சிந்திக்கக்கூடிய அல்லது புதிய பொருட்களை கொண்டு வரக்கூடியவர்களை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றதை பற்றியும் அதை எப்படி நாங்கள் ஏற்படுத்த வேணுமென்றதை திங்க் பண்ணணும். அப்போ தான் நாங்கள் இந்த முக்கியமாக ஜெண்டர் அண்ட் கவர்னன்ஸ், அதாவது பால்நிலை மற்றது அதனுடைய எங்களுடைய முகாமைத்துவம் என்பதில் எவ்வாறு நாங்கள் செயற்பட வேண்டும் என்பதை பற்றி சுருக்கமாக கூறியிருந்தார். இப்பொழுது நாங்கள் மூன்றாவது தேர்ட் பேனலிஸ்ட் Mrs. Rubabadi Kediswaran, District Secretary at Klinochi. She has extensive experience of handling, because she was appointed, that in 2010, I think that was after the immediately ending of the war, and then as a district secretary of the Kilinochie district, that she was facing that lot of challenges to actually rehabilitate or relocate all these people into and then develop that district. And she has been there then since then for many places as a district secretary. She will share her experience as a district secretary and what sort of things then really to govern the district and what sort of challenges she is facing. So Dr. Mrs. Rupavati Kediswaran, அவர் இப்பொழுது கிளிநொச்சி மாவட்டத்தின் பிரதேச மாவட்ட செயலராக இருக்கின்றார். அவர் 2010 கிளிநொச்சியின் மாவட்ட செயலராக முதல் முறையாக பணிக்கு அமர்த்தும் பொழுது இடம்பெயர்ந்த மக்களை திருப்பி மீளக்குடிய அமர்த்துவதில் பல்வேறு பிரச்சனைகளையும் கையாண்டு மிகவும் வெற்றிகரமாக வேலை செய்தவர். தன்னுடைய அந்த பணியை 13 வருடங்களாக பல மாவட்டங்களில் பணியாற்றி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். அவர் தன்னுடைய களநிலை அனுபவங்களை வைத்து எங்களுடன் இந்த பால்நிலை மற்றும் அரசியல் என்பது சம்பந்தமான கருத்துக்களை முன்வைப்பார். She will also limit the presentation within 10 minutes time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajendra. Professor Rajendra Surendra Kumar, moderator of our panel discussion, for giving this opportunity. In the meantime, the Vice Chancellor and the Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe, First Lady, and all the organizers, and all the distinguished guests, and my panel members. It's a great pleasure for me to attend this occasion, especially as a panel member. I was studying here as a student, and I had opportunity to be here as a panel member to talk about gender and politics. I am not a politician. I don't know whether it is appropriate to speak about politics, but I would like to speak on my experience, how I work with politics. Mainly, the thing is, I'm not talking about any politicians. Yeah. This is regarding as a government agent, we have the role, when we are having the elections, we are the returning officer. So then that experience also I have, as I worked, I have been working around 13 years as GA. So I have worked as returning officer for the elections also. Some of the experience I have, I will share with you with regard to the women. Mainly these politics already, everyone's, my panel members, mainly Pavitra, Dr. Pavitra Jayavardhana said that politics is gender and the decision making. So I am also go with her that I am the administrator and we are doing the decision making. At district level, we have the freedom to do the decision making process. But anyway, we have some obstacles also. In the meantime, I have to say I am from Kilinochie district, and this district mainly I worked, I started my career as GA from the resettlement. So that time there were a lot of needs for the people. So we had to look after all the needs of the people, even the women's issues also we had to look after. There are women-headed families also had been resettled in the district. Their needs are different from others. So we had to look after those needs also. With that, I have observed many women-hated families as well as women activists in the district itself. They have supported their community, and even now they have been elected as local bodies members. Why I am telling here? Because the women, they have selfless interest to the, towards the community. They will be capable, they have the capable to be a politician in the political arena. I can say a few words about the administration as well as our population. In our country populations, we are having 21 million, around 21 million population. After that, 1.2 million women, female. But we are not governed by female, or halfly we are not governed by female, mainly by male. So the decision making also will be biased. So when we are compared with, they cannot take decision on behalf of us. So with this, even the administrative perspective, we have 25 administrative districts in country, only 5 women. Luckily, we have 5 women GAs and 9 province, only 1 women chief secretaries there. All the other secretaries are less numbers when we compare with men. So the decision makers are less numbers in countrywide. This is my observation. In the meantime, I have to say a few words about this local government elections we have experienced. So some women activities, they wanted to be a nominee. So then they wanted to go for the nomination. One of the activists was stopped by some other forces. She cannot go for the nomination. So this is within the party itself it has happened. So there are problems for the women when they are coming forward to do these type of activities. The society itself giving a struggle for the women. In the meantime, I have to say one quoting about Mahatma Gandhi. He says women are good peacemakers because they build up the home as mother, wife, sister, and various relations in the family. And mother bear a child, deliver a baby as she is reborn, and she nurture her children, growing up children, sharing the resources within the family. So she has more quality, and why she can be a decision maker in the community development as well as in the political arena. So this is my question. And in the meantime, I have to say a few words in Tamil because there are ladies who work in the local authority, I think. I have seen some of the faces. So because of them, I want to say a few words in Tamil. உண்மையில் இந்த சந்தர்ப்பத்துக்காக நான் அனைவருக்கு நன்றி கூறிக்கொள்கிறேன். இந்த நான் கிளர்ச்சி மாவட்டத்துடைய அரசாங்க அதிபராக பதவியேற்ற நாட்களிலிருந்து மீள்குடியேற்றத்தின் பொழுதும் பல்வேறு விதமான தேவைகளோடு பெண்கள் காணப்பட்டார்கள். குறிப்பாக பெண் தலைமைத்துவ குடும்பங்கள் அவ்விதமான தேவைகளோடு காணப்பட்டிருந்தார்கள். அந்த வேளைகளில் அவர்களுக்கான தேவைகள் சந்திக்கப்பட வேண்டியிருந்தது. அதே வேளையிலே பல பெண்கள் சுயமாக தாங்களாக முன்வந்து சமூகத்துக்காக சேவையாற்றுகின்றவர்களாக விளங்கினார்கள். அவர்களில் சிலர் இங்கு உள்ளூராட்சி சபைகளில் அங்கத்தவர்களாக தெரிவு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறார்கள், மக்களால் தெரிவு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அது உண்மையில் அவர்களால் அந்த ஆளுமை இருக்கின்றது, அவர்களால் முடியும் என்கின்ற விடயங்களை அது எடுத்து காட்டுகின்றதாகவும் இருக்கின்றது. அதே வேளையில் இங்கு நாட்டில் இருக்கின்ற சனத்தொகையோடு ஒப்பிடுகின்ற பொழுது உண்மையில் அரைவாசிக்கு மேலாக பெண்கள் இருந்த பொழுதும் ஆளுகின்றவர்கள் ஆண்களாகத்தான் இருக்கிறார்கள் அதிகம் பேர். எனவே பெண்களுடைய பிரச்சனைகள், பெண்கள் சார்பான தீர்மானங்களை எடுப்பதில் அவர்களால் முழுமையாக முடியுமா என்பது ஒரு கேள்வியாக அமைந்திருக்கின்றது. அதே வேளையிலே எங்களுடைய நிர்வாக ரீதியான விடயங்களை நாங்கள் பார்க்கின்ற பொழுதும் 25 மாவட்டங்களில் 5 அரசாங்க அதிபர்கள் பெண்களாக இருக்கின்றார்கள் மற்றும் 9 மாகாணங்களில் ஒரு மாகாணத்தில் மட்டுமே பெண் பிரதம செயலாளர் காணப்படுகின்றார். அதே வேளையிலே மகாத்மா காந்தி அவர்கள் கூறிய ஒரு விடயத்தை நான் இங்கு கூற விரும்புகின்றேன். அவர் பெண்கள் மிகவும் சமாதானத்தை ஏற்படுத்தக்கூடியவர்களாக இருக்கின்றார்கள் என்பதையும், ஏனென்று கேட்டால் அவர்கள் தங்களுடைய குடும்பங்களை கட்டுகின்றவர்களாக, உண்மையிலே குடும்பத்தில் இருக்கின்ற பல்வேறு விதமான உறவு நிலைகளோடு அவர்கள் இணங்கி செல்கின்றவர்களாகவும், அதே வேளையிலே ஒரு பெண் குழந்தை ஈணுகின்ற பொழுது அந்த குழந்தை பேற்றின் பொழுதும் அந்த பெண் குழந்தைக்காக பல்வேறு விதத்திலே தன்னை தியாகம் செய்கின்றவர்களாக, அதே வேளையில் உண்மையால் குழந்தை பேறு என்பது அவள் மீண்டும் பிறக்கின்றதான ஒரு அனுபவத்துக்களாக சென்றுதான் அந்த குழந்தையை பெறுகின்றவர்களாக இருக்கின்றாள். மட்டுமில்லாமல் அந்த தன்னுடைய வீட்டில் இருக்கின்றதான வளங்களை பயன்படுத்தி, அதை சரியான விதத்திலே பயன்படுத்தி தன்னுடைய பிள்ளைகளை போஷாக்காக வளர்ப்பதும் வளங்களை அவள் பகிர்ந்து கொள்கின்ற செயற்பாட்டையும் அந்த பெண்ணானவள் செய்கின்றாள் என்று மகாத்மா காந்தி அவர்கள் குறிப்பிட்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அத்தகைய தராதரங்களை கொண்ட பெண் ஏன் ஒரு தீர்மானம் எடுக்கின்ற பதவி நிலையிலே இருக்க முடியாது? சமூகத்திலேயோ அல்லது நிர்வாக ரீதியாகவோ அல்லது அரசியல் ரீதியாகவோ ஏன் அவர்களால் இருக்க முடியாது என்கின்ற கேள்வியோடு நான் விடைபெறுகின்றேன். எனக்கு வழங்கிய சந்தர்ப்பத்திற்காக நன்றி.
So thank you so much, Mrs. Rubari Kediswaran, and she is able to finish her talk within the given time, and also she has reduced my task, and she has done some kind of a summary in Tamil as well, and then people are able to get that those who can't maybe then not able to understand English. So with this remark, I am considering the time. I am going to invite Mr. Jude Walton, the Project Manager, United Nations Development Program. Actually, we both were the students in the university, same period. And then he was a University Student Union President, I was a Medical Student Union President. And then former Vice Chancellor, Professor Balasundaram Pillai was the Vice Chancellor at that time. And then present Vice Chancellor was the Senior Student Counselor. So we all were working during the difficult time, particularly that district, this Jaffna district, that war was going on, that's the period 99-2000. So we were the student unions, union activist people, and then we were able to gain a lot of knowledge while we were working here. So that is a very useful experience for us to now continue our work and then face whatever the challenges. So then for us, this present challenge is not a new thing for most of these here, the senior academics and all, that not like other part of the country. So with this, and then at the moment we are also working at this local government, so strengthening the local government project that by this World Bank and UNDP, and then our Jaffna University is coordinating the evaluation. So that's happening in 4 provinces, in North and East, and also North Central and Hua province. So the 4 provinces, 134 LGAs and their capacity. So then Walton is involving, and his experience of involving this project, how these local governments are giving equal or equity, equality and equity, and then how they follow their inclusiveness concept when they are really governing at the local government level. So he will talk about that, and then maybe that may be helpful for some of the other academics to work with this local government in near future. I'm inviting Mr. Jude Walton.
Good
afternoon to all. As the chairman mentioned that I'm going to talk about the project that I am attached with, capacity development for the local government. Though it is not a standalone gender project, but we always try to mainstream the gender aspect into all our activities. I'm very sorry that I was asked to use both languages since organizing committee has invited a lot of women councillors. They are the direct beneficiaries of our project. They would like to hear their achievement in their own language, so that I will use both languages. உள்ளூராட்சி மன்றங்களினுடைய இயலளவை விருத்தி செய்வதன் மூலமாக நாங்கள் உங்களுடைய சேர்மன் சொன்ன மாதிரி 134 லோக்கல் அத்தாரிட்டிஸ், 4 ப்ரோவின்ஸ், 12 மாவட்டங்களில் வேலை செய்கிறோம். இந்த திட்டத்தினுடைய நோக்கம் அவருடைய கெப்பாசிட்டியை டெவலப் பண்ணுறது. அது ஆளுநரினுடைய கெப்பாசிட்டியாக இருக்கலாம், அல்லது நிறுவனத்தினுடைய கெப்பாசிட்டியாக இருக்கலாம். இந்த ஆளுநரினுடைய கெப்பாசிட்டின்றதுக்குள்ளே நாங்கள் 2 வகையான ஆட்களை பார்க்குறோம். ஒன்று வந்து ஸ்டாஃப், அதில் வேலை செய்கிற 134 லோக்கல் அத்தாரிட்டிஸ் வேலை செய்கிற ஸ்டாஃப். மற்றது இந்த மக்களால் தெரிவு செய்யப்பட்ட மக்கள் பிரதிநிதிகள் கனவேர் இங்கே வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களுடைய இயலளவை விருத்தி செய்வது என்றது இந்த திட்டத்தினுடைய முக்கியமான இதாக இருக்கின்றது. நேரத்தை கவனத்தில் கொண்டு எனக்கு கொண்டு வந்த ஸ்லைட்ஸ் எல்லாத்தையும் நான் போட இயலாது. என்றாலும் சில புள்ளி விவரங்களோடு நான் கதைச்சலாம் நினைக்கிறேன். அந்த வகையில் வைஸ் சான்சலர் சொன்ன மாதிரி 52 விதமான பெண்கள் பாப்புலேஷனை கொண்ட நாடாக இருந்தாலும் இந்த 225 பேர் இருக்கிற பார்லிமெண்ட்டில் 12 பேர் மட்டும்தான் பெண்கள். அதே நேரத்தில் இந்த லோக்கல் கவர்மெண்ட்டை பொறுத்தவரையில் 2016ஆம் ஆண்டு கொண்டு வரப்பட்ட இந்த கோட்டா சிஸ்டத்தின்படி 2018ஆம் ஆண்டு முதல் எலெக்ஷன் நடந்தது. அதன் அடிப்படையாக 25 விதமான பெண்கள் கட்டாயமாக பிரதிநிதிகள் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னதன் பிரகாரம் கூட இப்போயும் 22 வீதம் தான் அதை நாங்கள் அச்சீவ் பண்ணக்கூடியதாக இருக்குது. அதுலேயும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னால் இந்த 134 லோக்கல் அத்தாரிட்டிஸ் நாங்கள் வேலை செய்கிறோம். இந்த 134லையும் ஆக 3 லோக்கல் அத்தாரிட்டிஸ் மட்டும்தான் பெண்கள் தலைமையில் இயங்குகின்றது. அந்த வகையில் நோர்த்தில் ஒன்று சாவச்சேரி அர்பன் கவுன்சில், ஈஸ்டில் ஒன்று வாழச்சேனை பிரதிசபா, மற்றது ஊவாவில் ஒன்று சுவர்ணத்தோட்டா பிரதிசபா. அவை இதில் வச்சுக்கொண்டு நாங்கள் பார்க்கலாம் எவ்வளவு அவருடைய கோட்டா சிஸ்டம் இருந்தாலும் அவர்களுக்கு வழிவகை கொடுத்தாலும் கூட இன்னும் எவ்வளவோ நாங்கள் முன்னேற வேண்டியிருக்கின்றது. நாங்கள் பெரிய அளவில் சொன்னாலும் கூட நாங்கள் உலகத்தினுடைய முதல் பெண்மணி, நாட்டை ஆளுகின்ற பெண்மணியை உருவாக்கி நாடுன்னு சொன்னாலும் கூட இந்த பொருளாதார ரீதியாக அரசியல் ரீதியாக நாங்கள் இன்னும் பின்தங்கிய நிலையில் இருப்பதை நாங்கள் இங்கே பார்க்கக்கூடியதாக இருக்குது. எங்களுடைய வேலைகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்று வந்தாக்களை மக்களால் தெரிவு செய்யப்பட்ட பிரதிநிதிகளை அவருடைய கெப்பாசிட்டியை பில்ட் பண்ணுறது, அதே நேரம் வரக்கூடியவர்களாக சமுதாயத்தில் அடையாளம் காணப்பட்டவர்களையும் இந்த தடைகளை தாண்டி உள்ளுக்கு வரக்கூடிய வகையிலையும் எங்களுடைய செயற்திட்டத்தினுடைய செயற்பாடுகள் அமைந்திருக்கின்றது. அது நான் இப்போ அந்த நேரத்தை கவனத்தில் கொண்டு நான் முழுக்க ஸ்லைட்ஸை கொண்டு போகாட்டியும் கூட இந்த சில ஜெண்டர் சம்பந்தமாக பிரத்யோக நடவடிக்கைகளை மட்டும் நாங்கள் எடுத்த நடவடிக்கைகளை நான் இங்கே குறிப்பிடலாம் என்று விரும்புகின்றேன். இந்த தெரிவு செய்யப்பட்ட பிரதிநிதிகளுடைய இயலுமையை விருத்தி செய்தல் என்ற அடிப்படையில் நாங்கள் அவர்களுக்குரிய தனியாக டிப்ளமா இன் லீடர்ஷிப் ப்ரோக்ராம், இது ஊவா வெல்செல் யூனிவர்சிட்டியோட பார்ட்னராக நடத்தப்பட்டது. அவர்களுடைய தெரிவு செய்யப்பட்ட பிரதிநிதிகள் ஏற்கனவே உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், அவர்கள் பல்வேறுபட்ட பின்னணியிலிருந்து வந்திருப்பார்கள். அவர்களுக்கு இந்த அரசியல் பின்னணிகள் உடைய அறிவு போதாமல் இருக்கலாம், அவர் நிர்வகிக்கிற தன்மை இருக்கிறதாக இருக்கலாம். அவ்வாறு இனங்காணப்பட்டதன் அடிப்படையாக கொண்டு யூனிவர்சிட்டியோட கழிச்சு ஒரு கரிக்குலம் டெவலப் பண்ணி அதுக்கேற்ற அமைவாக நாங்கள் இந்த லீடர்ஷிப் ப்ரோக்ராமை நடத்தியிருக்காங்க. அந்த வகையில் இந்த தெரிவு செய்யப்பட்ட பிரதிநிதிகள் பல்வேறு வகையான ஆளுமை விருத்தி செயற்பாடுகள் இந்த திட்டத்தினூடாக பெற்றிருக்கிறது. இதுவும் தொடர்ந்து நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இதை நாங்கள் மற்ற யூனிவர்சிட்டியோடு சேர்ந்து மற்ற 3 ப்ராவின்ஸ்லையும் இதை செய்கிறதை பற்றி நாங்கள் யோசித்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். அடுத்து இந்த டிப்ளமா இன் ப்ரீ ஸ்கூல் டீச்சிங் எங்களுடைய சமுதாயத்தை பொறுத்தவரை ப்ரீ ஸ்கூல் டீச்சர்ஸுடைய வேலைகள் வரையறுக்கப்பட்டதாக இருக்குது. அவர்கள் எந்த தூரத்துக்கு பாலிடிக்ஸில் சம்மந்தப்படுகிறார்களோ தெரியாது. ஆனால் இந்த ஊவா ப்ராவின்ஸை பொறுத்தவரையில் அங்கே அந்த கம்யூனிட்டியில் ஒரு முக்கியமான பங்கு வகிக்கிற நபர்களாக இந்த ப்ரீ ஸ்கூல் டீச்சர்ஸை பார்க்குறோம். தே ஆர் த கம்யூனிட்டி மொபிலைசர்ஸ். அந்த அடிப்படையில் வந்து அவர்கள் வந்து ஒரு 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 பெரிய தாற்பயமான ஒரு ரோலை அந்த கம்யூனிட்டியில் மாற்றத்தை ஏற்படுத்தக்கூடியவர்களாக விளங்குகின்றபடியினால் வெறுமனே அவர்கள் ஒரு ப்ரீ ஸ்கூல் டீச்சராக மட்டும் நோக்காது, அவர்கள் கூடாக இந்த நான் முதல் சொன்ன மாதிரி தடைகளை தாண்டி எவ்வாறு பெண்கள் இந்த உள்ளூர் அரசியலுக்குள் பிரவேசிக்கிறதுக்கு இவர்கள் ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒரு மாற்றத்தினை ஏற்படுத்தும் நபர்களாக இருக்கின்றபடியினால் நாங்கள் வந்து ப்ரீ ஸ்கூல் ட்ரைனிங்ஸையும் அதுக்குள்ளே நாங்கள் உள்வாங்கி இருக்கின்றோம். இதில் பங்கு பெற்ற கனவேர் இதுக்குள்ள இருக்கிறோம். அதாவது அவர்களுடைய ஆளுமையை விருத்தி செய்யும் முகமாக நாங்கள் சமகாலத்து எக்கனாமிக் கிரைசிஸ் சிச்சுவேஷனை கருத்தில் கொண்டு முன்னெடுக்கப்பட்ட நடவடிக்கை தான் இது. இந்த உமன் கவுன்சிலர்ஸுக்கு இங்கே இருக்கிறார்கள் அவ்வளோ அநேகமான எல்லாரும் இதில் பங்கு பெற்றிருக்கிறோம். அவர்களுக்கு தனி ப்ரொஜெக்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் தொடர்பான பயிற்சிகள் அளிக்கப்பட்டு சமுதாயத்தில் எவ்வாறு மக்களுடைய அடிப்படை தேவைகளை இனங்காண்றது என்ற தொடர்பான பயிற்சி வழங்கப்பட்டு அந்த தேவையின் அடிப்படையில் அவர்களாகவே போய் குழுக்களாக சென்று தாங்கள் தெரிவு செய்யப்பட்ட பிரதேசத்தில் மக்களை சந்தித்து அவருடைய தேவைகளை இனங்கண்டு அதுக்குரிய ப்ரொப்போசல் டெவலப் பண்ணி அதுக்குரிய ஃபண்ட் வந்து இந்த திட்டத்தினூடாக மேற்கொள்ளப்பட்டிருந்தது. இந்த திட்டம் இப்போ நடைமுறையில் இருக்கின்றது. நொதர்ன் ப்ராவின்ஸை பொறுத்தவரையில் மற்ற 3 ப்ராவின்ஸை விட இது கொஞ்சம் கூடுதலாக அவர்கள் வேறு திட்டங்களை முன்னெடுத்து மற்ற ப்ராவின்ஸுக்கு ஒரு உதாரணமாக திகழ்கிறார்கள். அந்த வகையில் கிட்டத்தட்ட 35 மில்லியன் ரூபாய்கள் அவர்களுக்கு வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. அவருடைய ஒரு பரிச்சார்த்தமான முயற்சி தான். வார வருடம் இதனுடைய விஸ்தரிப்பு நடைபெற இருக்கின்றபடினால அவர்கள் எவ்வாறு தேவையான இனங்கண்டு மக்கள் மத்தியில் அந்த உள்ள சமகால பிரச்சனைகள், முக்கியமாக இந்த ஃபுட் கிரைசிஸ், அதுகளுக்கு எவ்வாறு தங்களான முயற்சிகளை மேற்கொள்கின்றார்கள் என்பதன் அடிப்படையில் இந்த திட்டம் வடிவமைக்கப்பட்டது. ஷடோ கவுன்சில் என்று சொன்ன மாதிரி நான் முதல் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஏற்கனவே வந்தாக்களை நாங்கள் ஸ்ட்ரென்த் பண்ணி அவர்கள் மீண்டும் மக்களால் தெரிவு செய்யப்படக்கூடிய நிலைக்கு மாற்றுவது என்ற ஒரு பக்கம் இருக்க, வந்தார்கள் ஒரு முறை மட்டும் மக்களுக்கு சேவை செய்வதாக சென்று விடாது, அவர்களை 2ஆம் முறையும் 3ஆம் முறையும் தெரிவு செய்யக்கூடிய வகையில் கெப்பாசிட்டி டெவலப் பண்ணுறது என்றதில் முதலாவதும், இது வந்து புதியவர்களை எவ்வாறு இனங்கண்டு அவர்களை இந்த அரசியலுக்குள் அதாவது இந்த உள்ளூராட்சி மன்ற பேசிக் லெவலில் இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த யூனிட்டுகளை கொண்டு வரத்துக்கு நாங்கள் என்ன செய்யலாம்ன்றது ஷடோ கவுன்சில். இதனுடைய செயற்பாடுகள் மற்ற 3 ப்ராவின்ஸ்லேயும் கூடுதலாக இருக்கின்றது. எங்களுடைய ப்ராவின்ஸில் சில வேறு கட்டுப்பாடுகள் இருக்கிறதால அந்த ஷடோ கவுன்சிலுடைய முழுமையான சேவை அல்லது முழுமையான அதை உருவாக்குற தன்மை வந்து நாங்கள் செய்ய முடியாமல் இருக்குது. ஆனாலும் கணிசமான அளவில் திட்டங்களை முன்னெடுத்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். குறிப்பாக இவர்கள் வந்து ஒரு ப்ரெஷர் குரூப் அந்த மாதிரியும் யோசிக்கலாம். அதே நேரத்தில் வந்து இந்த தெரிவு செய்யப்பட்ட கவுன்சிலுக்கு இந்த நேரம் ஒரு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணக்கூடிய ஆகலாக தேவைகளை இனங்காண்றது, எந்த வார்டுக்கு என்ன வகையான தேவைகளை ப்ரியோரிட்டைஸ் பண்ணுறது, பட்ஜெட் அப்படி போகிறதுக்கு பட்ஜெட் ப்ரிப்பரேஷன் வந்து தனியாக கவுன்சில் லெவலில் மட்டும் நடக்காமக்கி கிராஸ் ரூட் லெவலில் இருந்து கொண்டு வரதுக்கு இந்த கவுன்சில், இந்த ஷடோ கவுன்சில் ஆக்கள் அப்படி கண்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணணும். அதே நேரத்தில் வந்து இந்த லோக்கல் அத்தாரிட்டிஸ் பிழையாக போகின்ற பொழுது, அதாவது சரியான விஷயங்களை செய்ய தவறுகின்ற பொழுது அவர்களை கேட்கக்கூடிய வகையில் அவையில் ஒரு அக்கௌண்டபிள் அந்த சிச்சுவேஷனை கொண்டு வரதுக்கு இந்த ப்ரெஷர் குரூப்ஸ் அல்லது இந்த ஷடோ கவுன்சில் கூடுதலான கவனத்தை செலுத்தும். இந்த உமன் கவுன்சிலர்ஸ் எல்லாத்தையும் சேர்த்து ஒரு ஃபோரம், அது 12 மாவட்டங்கள் நாங்கள் வேலை செய்யக்கூடிய 12 மாவட்டங்களும் 12 ஃபோரம்ஸ் இருக்குது. அவர்கள் தங்களுடைய சில டிமாண்ட்ஸ்களை பெற்றுக்கொள்வதற்காக கலெக்டிவ் ஒரு பார்கெனிங் பவரை கூட்டுறது மூலமாக நாங்கள் அவர்களை அதை அந்த டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் லெவல் உமன் கவுன்சிலர்ஸ் ஃபோரம் என்று நாங்கள் உருவாக்கியிருக்கிறோம். அந்த ஃபோரம் வந்து தங்களுடைய டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில் மட்டும் இல்லாமல் ஏனைய டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில் உள்ள நடைமுறைகள் சரியானவற்றை பின்பற்றக்கூடிய வகையிலையும் பெஸ்ட் ப்ராக்டிசஸ் இருந்தால் அதை எப்படிங்க நடைமுறைப்படுத்தலாம் என்ற தொடர்பாகவும் அவர்களுக்கு நாங்கள் எக்ஸ்சேஞ்ச் விசிட்ஸ்களை நாங்கள் ஏற்பாடு செய்து கொடுக்குறோம். வேறு நல்லா இயங்குகிற கவுன்சிலில் போய் பார்த்துட்டு வந்து இங்கே வந்து எப்படியாக தாங்கள் அத்தகைய திட்டங்களை இங்கே முன்னெடுக்கலாம் என்ற தொடர்பாகவும் சிந்திக்கக்கூடிய வகையில் தனியாக இந்த தங்களுடைய பிரதேசத்துக்குள்ள தங்களுடைய கவுன்சிலுக்குள்ள மட்டும் இல்லாமக்கி நாங்கள் வழி ப்ராவின்ஸையும் அவைகளுடைய எக்ஸ்போஷர் ஏற்படுத்தக்கூடிய வகையில் நாங்கள் சில திட்டங்களை எங்களுடைய நடவடிக்கைகளை இந்த திட்டத்தில் உள்வாங்கி இருக்கின்றோம். இது வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட நேஷனல் லெவல்லையும் இந்த 12 நான் சொல்லப்பட்ட முதல் 12 பாராளுமன்ற உறுப்பினருக்கு இடையில நேஷனல் எம்பிஸுக்கு இடையிலையும் ஒரு நேஷனல் லெவல் ஃபோரம் ஒன்று இருக்கு. அதே மாதிரி தான் அவர்கள் இப்போ போனெல்லாம் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. அவர்கள் வந்து டிப்யூட்டி ஸ்பீக்கர் பொசிஷன் வந்து தங்களுக்கு தர வேணும், தங்களையும் women MPஸும் டு பி கன்சிடர்ட் டு ஹோல்ட் திஸ் டிப்யூட்டி ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் பொசிஷன் என்ற ரீதியில் அதுக்கும் அவர்கள் டிமாண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அது மாதிரி இவர்களும் இந்த தாங்கள் உள்ளூராட்சி மன்ற வேலை செய்கிற பெண் அங்கத்தின் ரீதியில் தங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கக்கூடிய சலுகைகளோ தங்களுடைய உரிமைகளை பெறுவதற்கு உருவாக போராடுவதற்கு இந்த ஃபோரம்ஸ் உதவி செய்யும். அதாவது நாங்கள் இந்த சிடிஎல்ஜி ப்ராஜெக்ட் வார வருஷத்தோடு முடிந்தாலும் கூட நாங்கள் சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டியை கவனத்தில் எடுத்து இந்த ரிசோர்ஸ் பூல் ஒவ்வொரு ப்ராவின்ஸுக்கும் ரிசோர்ஸ் பூல் அதில் எல்லா ஆஸ்பெக்டும் வரும். ஜெண்டர் ஒரு தனி ஒரு ஆஸ்பெக்டாக எடுத்து ஜெண்டர் டிஓடி அவர்கள் இந்த ப்ராவின்ஸில் உள்ள இனிவாராக்களை ட்ரெயின் பண்ணக்கூடிய வகையிலையும் அல்லது ஜெண்டர் தொடர்பான பிரச்சனைகளை அணுகிறதுக்கு ஒரு எக்ஸ்பர்ட் குழுவாகவும் நாங்கள் அதை பார்த்து அதை டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கிறோம். அதில் பல தரப்பட்ட அரசு சார்பற்ற தனியார் பிரதிநிதித்துவப்படுத்துகின்ற அளவுக்கு எல்லாருமே அதை உள்ளடங்கினதாக ஜெண்டர் ரிசோர்ஸ் பூல் எல்லா ஆஸ்பெக்ட்லேயும் இருக்குது. அதில் ஜெண்டருக்கு தனியான ஒரு ரிசோர்ஸ் பூல் ஒன்று இருக்குது. இதுகள் நேரத்தை கவனத்தில் கொண்டு சரி இதை நாங்கள் விலகாலமும் அதாவது கடந்த 3 வருட திட்டத்தின் ஊடாக சில விஷயங்கள் நாங்கள் அதாவது ஆக்டிவிட்டீஸுக்கு கிடைச்ச வெற்றி என்று சொல்லலாம். அந்த வகையில் நாங்கள் பார்க்குற சில விசிபிள் சேஞ்சஸ் இதில் நாங்கள் லிஸ்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறோம். நேரத்தினை கவனத்தில் கொண்டு நான் என்னுடைய ப்ரெசன்டேஷனை நிறைவு செய்கின்றேன். நான்
So thank you, Mr. Walton, for this describing how the project is helping to empower the women in these 4 provinces through this local government. And then usually that all this women leadership we have to get through this local government and then to the province and the national. That's a good path to follow, but still we need more support and encouragement for women to participate in the politics. So that's what he highlighted, but they are able to progress something, and also there may be then there are sustainable systemized things are available to continue because this project will over next year. So then now I want to, there's a last panelist, the Naraja Sugitaraj, the coordinator Jaffna Social Action Center. The Jaffna Social Action Center is actually formed by the UNHCR in 2001. So to support these, particularly these women-headed families with this legal support, the legal aid support. And that time when they were forming, they wanted to have 3 lawyers, 3 doctors, and 1 accountant. So I had the privilege. That time I was finally a medical student, but they considered me as one of the doctor. And then I was a founder board member. And then last 4 years, I'm the president of Jaffna Social Action Center. So they are doing a lot of women and child-related activities, and at the grassroots level, he will highlight some of the things. But I always ask them that how you can sustain, because the sustainability is the key issue. Then after this project is over, then most of this grassroots activity also that come to end. So that is the main challenge when these most of these NGO-related activities. So he can highlight the challenges and things that they face when they are implementing projects at the grassroots level.
Dear our panelist, Professor Dr. Surendra Kumar, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Satkunaraja, and our First Lady, Maitri Vikramasinghe, a senior lecturer, and other dignitaries and invitees. Good afternoon to you all. And at the same time, I am thankful and thanking to offered me to this great opportunity by the Gender Equality and Equity of University of Jaffna. நாங்கள் இங்கே வந்திருப்பவர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் மீண்டும் வணக்கத்தை கூறி இந்த பால்நிலை ஒப்பரவும் மற்றும் சமத்துவத்துக்கான ஆராய்ச்சி மகாநாடு 2022 அதில் பால்நிலையும் அரசியலும் என்ற ஒரு விடயத்தை மையமாக வைத்து நாங்கள் இங்கே கருத்தாடல் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். ஜெண்டர் அண்ட் பாலிடிக்ஸ். இப்போ இங்கே பேசப்பட்ட கருத்துக்களின் அடிப்படையிலே பார்க்கப்படும் பொழுது நாங்கள் பால்நிலை எவ்வாறு அரசியலில் செல்வாக்கு செலுத்துகின்றது என்பது ஒரு மிக வெளிப்படையாக தெரிகின்றது. அது உண்மையிலே ஒரு ஆண்களால் மட்டும் தீர்மானிக்கின்ற அல்லது ஆண்கள் முன்னெடுக்கின்ற ஒரு விடயமாகவே இந்த அரசியல் காணப்படுகின்றது. ஆகவே இந்த அரசியலிலே ஒரு சமத்துவத்தை பேணுவதாக இருந்தால் இந்த பெண்கள் வலுவூட்டல், விமென் எம்பவர்மெண்ட் என்பது ஒரு இன்றியமையாத ஒன்றாக இருக்கின்றது. அதிலே தான் முதல் பேசிய யுஎன்டிபி ஜூடும் சொல்லியிருந்தவர்கள் இதில் இந்த ஸ்திரத்தன்மையை கொண்டு வருவதற்கு எவ்வாறு பெண்கள் வலுவூட்டப்பட வேண்டும் அந்த அடிப்படையிலே தான் ஜெசாக் ஜெஃப்னா சோஷியல் எக்ஸன் சென்டர் கடந்த 20 வருடங்களாக செயற்பட்டு வருகின்றது. அதிலே ஒரு பகுதி தான் இந்த பெண்களும் அரசியலும், குறிப்பாக விமென் இன் பாலிடிக்ஸ். அப்போ அதிலே பார்க்கப்படும் பொழுது நாங்கள் தற்சமயம் எங்களுடைய இலங்கையிலே நடைமுறைப்படுத்தப்படுகின்ற அல்லது ஒரு அரசியல் என்ற அடிப்படையிலே எங்கள் கண் முன்னே தெரிவது என்ன? What is the perceptions we do have when we heard about the politics? அந்த அதில் எங்களுடைய முன் அனுபவங்கள், our past experiences guided me, guiding us, some of us, or especially the women, to deviate or to withdraw their political demands. சில வேளை எங்களுடைய நாங்கள் சொல்றது அரசியல்ன்றது அது ஒரு சகதி, அது ஒரு சாக்கடை, இவ்வாறான விமர்சனங்கள் நாங்கள் எங்கள் முன்னே வைத்திருக்கின்ற ஒரு விடயமாக இருக்கிறது. ஏனென்றால் நாங்கள் முன்னே பெறப்பட்ட சில ஒரு பெறப்பட்ட சில பின்னூட்டல்கள் அல்லது நாங்கள் பிழையாக விளங்கி கொண்டது. அப்ப அந்த அடிப்படையில் நாங்கள் உண்மையிலே பார்க்க வேண்டும், இந்த அரசியல் என்பது ஒரு தனி மனித தேவையானது அல்லது ஒரு சமூக குழுக்கள் தேவையானது. இட்ஸ் a need of a individual or the group. மற்றது நாங்கள் கூட அரசியல் என்று பார்க்கப்படுகின்றது கட்சி அரசியல், பார்ட்டி பொலிட்டிக்ஸ். அப்ப இவைகளிலே ஒரு மாற்றம் வேணும். ஜெனரலி அது நாங்கள் பெண்களும் அரசியலும் என்றதுக்கு அப்பாலே நாங்கள் ஆஸ் அ ஹியூமன், ஆஸ் அ சிட்டிசன் ஆஃப் ஸ்ரீலங்கா, we need to think, we have to live, we have to demonstrate, we have to deviate from the party politics to our own politics, what I want and I need to be in a political or the political stand. எனக்கு எந்த அரசியல் வேணும்னு சொல்லி நாங்கள் இங்கே பார்க்கறது பாரம்பரிய அரசியல். நாங்கள் நீண்ட காலமாகவே ஒரு அரசியல் கட்சி என்று சொன்னால் அது என்ன நடந்தாலும் பரவாயில்லை, நாங்கள் அதுக்கு தான் இட்ஸ் a party politics. இதுதான் எங்களுடைய ஏராளமான விடயங்களை இன்றைக்கு கேள்விக்குறியாகி இருக்கின்றது. அந்த வகையிலே தான் இந்த விமென் இன் பாலிடிக்ஸ், பெண்களும் அரசியலும் என்ற அந்த பிரவேசம் என்றது திருப்பவும் இந்த கட்சி அரசியலுக்குள்ளே போய் சிக்கப்பட போகின்றதா என்றது எங்களுக்கு முன்னாலே இருக்கின்ற கேள்வி. So women in politics, again we are going to empower the party politics or the individual, our own politics, what a person or what a group of people wanted to make it. அப்போ அந்த வகையிலே நாங்கள் சிந்திக்க வேணும். அப்போ அந்த வகையிலே நாங்கள் இன்றைய காலகட்டத்திலே பேசிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறது பெண்களும் அரசியலும். அப்ப பெண்களும் அரசியலும் என்றது இப்ப ஒரு பக்கத்திலே பார்க்கிறேன்னா விமின் ஹெடட் ஹவுஸ் ஹோல்ட்ஸ் என்று பெண் தலைமைத்துவ குடும்பம் என்பது. இப்ப பெண் தலைமைத்துவ குடும்பம் என்பதை இன்றைக்கு நாங்கள் ஒரு சவாலாக பார்க்கிறதுக்கான விடயம் என்னென்று சொன்னால், நீண்ட காலமாக ஆணாதிக்க சிந்தனையிலே வந்த குடும்பம் சில பிரச்சனைகள் காரணமாக திடீரென்று அவர்களுக்கு மேலே இந்த பொறுப்புணர்வு சுமத்தப்பட்டதாலே நாங்கள் இன்றைக்கு பெண் தலைமைத்துவ குடும்பத்தை பற்றி சிந்திக்கின்றோம். அவ்வாறே தான் இந்த பெண்களும் அரசியலிலே இன்றைக்கு பெண்களுடைய பிரவேச இன்றியமையாததா, தேவையா, அல்லது அது ஒரு அழுத்தமா, அல்லது அது ஒரு தீர்மானிக்கப்பட்ட விடயமா, யாரால தீர்மானிக்கப்பட்ட விடயங்கள் என்றெல்லாம் சிந்திக்க வேண்டியதாக இருக்கிறது. இப்போ இன்று இங்கே உள்ளூராட்சி மன்றங்களை சேர்ந்த ஏராளமான பெண் அரசியல்வாதிகள், பெண் அரசியலிலே ஆர்வம் கொண்டவர்கள் இன்று இங்கே வந்திருக்கின்றீர்கள், சமூகத்திலே ஆர்வமாக இருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்கள் மத்தியிலே இன்று அவர்களுடைய அரசியல் பிரவேசம் ஒரு நீண்ட காலமாக தீர்மானிக்கப்பட்டு இறங்கிய விடயமா, அல்லது அது ஒரு அழுத்தம் காரணமாக வரப்பட்டதா, அல்லது வேறு ஒரு ஆட்கள் ஆலே திணிக்கப்பட்டதா என்ற கேள்வியும் கேட்கப்பட வேண்டியதாக இருக்கிறது. இப்போ அண்மையிலே நாங்கள் கடந்த உள்ளூராட்சி தேர்தலில் பார்த்த அந்த 25% கோட்டான்றது 25% கோட்டா, அந்த கோட்டாக்குள்ளாலே ஏராளமான பெண்கள் உள்ளே வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அது வரவேற்கத்தக்கது. ஆனால் எவ்வாறு வந்திருக்கின்றார்கள் என்பதிலே இன்னும் ஆய்வுகள் செய்ய வேண்டியிருக்கின்றது. அதிலே நாங்கள் பலருடன் வேலை செய்யும் பொழுது ஒரு பெண் வேட்பாளரை நாங்கள் அண்மித்து கதைத்த பொழுது அவர் சொன்னார், தனக்கு அந்த வீட்டிலே அந்த எலெக்ஷன் நாமினேஷன் அவருக்கான அறிவுறுத்தல் கடிதம் பெறும் வரை அவருக்கே தெரியாது தன்னை யாரோ ஒரு கட்சிக்காரருக்கு போட்டிருக்கிறாங்கள் என்று. இப்போ இவ்வாறான சில விடயங்கள் இருக்கின்றது அவர்கள் மாற்றம் கொள்வதற்காக. ஆகவே இந்த பெண்கள், ஆனால் பொதுவாக நாங்கள் பார்த்தால் பெண்கள் வலுவூட்டலில் அரசியல் பிரவேசம் இன்றியமையாதது. ஏனென்றால் அது காலையில் இருந்து நாங்கள் பேசிக்கொண்டிருக்கிற விடயம் என்னன்னு சொன்னால், அவர்களுடைய விடயம் அவர்களே தீர்மானிக்கப்பட்டு அவர்களாலே முன்வைக்கப்பட வேண்டியதாக இருக்கின்றது. ஏனென்றால் இன்று ஏராளமான நாங்கள் நிறுவன ரீதியாகவே சில செயற்பாடுகளை முன்வைக்கப்படும் பொழுது சில அரசியல் கொள்கைகளாலே அது பின்தள்ளப்படுகின்றதாக இருக்கிறது. பெண்கள் சம்பந்தப்பட்ட விடயங்கள் அல்லது பாலியல் சமத்துவமான விடயங்கள். ஆகவே அவைகள் ஏராளமான தனிப்பட்ட ரீதியான சமூக ரீதியான பிரச்சனைகள் முன்வைக்கப்படும் பொழுது அவைகள் பெண்களுடைய அரசியல் என்றது இன்றியமையாதது. ஆகவே அந்த அரசியல் அவர்களாலே தீர்மானிக்கப்பட்டு இங்கே வழங்கப்படுகின்ற கொடுக்கப்படுகின்ற வாய்ப்புகளை சரியாக பயன்படுத்தி கொண்டு அவர்கள் ஒரு அறிவூட்ட பெற்றவர்களாக, ஒரு குழு செயற்பாட்டாளர்களாக, குழுவாக அரசியலிலே பெண் தலைவர்கள் வேணும், பெண் அரசியல் தலைவர்கள் வேணும், சமூக வலுவூட்டலாளர்கள் வேணும், சமூகத்திலே பேசக்கூடியவர்கள் வேணும். இவ்வாறு பல வகைப்பட்டவர்கள் இந்த மட்டத்திலே இருந்து செயற்படும் பொழுது ஒரு மாற்றத்தை நோக்கி நகரலாம். ஆகவே பெண் அரசியலிலே பாலியல் சமத்துவம் இன்றியமையாதது. அதிலே பெண்களின் அரசியல் பிரவேசம் என்றது இன்றியமையாதது. அது அவர்களாலே தீர்மானிக்கப்பட்டு அவர்களாலே முன்னெடுக்கப்பட்டு அவர்கள் கொன்று செயற்படுத்தக்கூடிய ஒரு விடயமாக அமைய வேண்டும். நன்றி.
Thank you, Mr. Suiraj, and with his extensive experience. More than 20 years he has been working in this field and also created the forum for this gender-based violence for this discussed in 2006-2009 and also appointed as a gender inquiring officer from University of Jaffna, so honorary post from in 2018. And then with this extensive experience of working with the women in this community and particularly this with the local government, and he has highlighted that really that there is a need for the empowerment. That's what he said, that they have to come out, that maybe think about beyond the party politics and to think, so what sort of governance are we expecting at the, not we expect, no, at our home, that what sort of governance we need, but in the community, what sort of thing, and the country, right, instead of thinking about this party politics, you know, there's a key issue, you know, even this is a global issue, you know, this all institutionalization rather than these people, this individual thingy. So with this, we have come to the time, but I don't think that we can give time because of this time constraint. As my duty to summarize quickly, Dr. Pavitra said that still no, then this how gender issue is used by these various political organizations to intimidate or maybe suppress the women. And then Dr. Jayasankar mentioned that is really we need when we want to achieve the needed participation of women. Then when talk about gender and politics, there's a need for this thing about our education system and think beyond the colonization or Eurocentric concept. And then Mrs. Rubawadi mentioned that the Mahatma used the Mahatma Gandhi's quote and said, so when these women are really sacrificing for the existence or survival of the human species, then why can't we give the power to the woman to take the decision? So then the Youth Walton mentioned that there are still need to encourage the women to participate in Sri Lankan context, the real politics. So then whether that maybe that model that they are adopting, the shadow parliamentarian approach, but it's a shadow parliamentarian approach introduced by the British. Now that even British, they are really finding difficulty to run their governance. So maybe that concept is okay, or that maybe the discussion for the political, the Department of Politics and other related field, and to give some kind of a academic thought to think about. Then finally, Mr. Suidaraj suggested that we have to make this women to think beyond the party politics, and then they have to think and they should empower to decide what sort of governance and who should govern and those kind of a decision with the women. So then all that we can achieve. So then maybe this group of these collaborators, now in University of Jaffna, and then UNDP, ESAC, European Union, in other national universities and other institutions, they can work together and see then what sort of next steps that they could able to plan and implement as part of this conference. So thank you so much for the experience of this that wonderful opportunity, and also for listening this our thing. I hope that we have done our best. Thank you so much.
To achieve gender equality, we need to mobilize not just parliaments, but populations, not only civil society, but all of society. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short drama show to amuse you in a different way by the Department of Fine Arts, Faculty of Serpon Ramanathan Performing and Visual Arts, University of Jaffna. Where we row.
Varuviro. The performance Varuviro, meaning of which will you come, relates the ritual faith Manmadan Tahanam, or the cremation of Cupid, to the contemporary situation. Kaman or Manmadan and Radhi got married in heaven. During a war between Devas and Asuras, Lord Shiva was in deep meditation. Devas cannot win the war unless the penance of Lord Shiva is suspended. As per the complaint lodged to the Devendran by Devas, he sent Manmadan to suspend the penance of Lord Shiva. After telling his departure to Radhi, Manmadan departed. When Manmadan disturbed Lord Shiva's penance, infuriated Shiva burnt Manmadan to ashes. Hearing the news of Manmadan's death, cause of fire from Shiva's eye in the forehead, Radhi was lamenting. She went in search of her husband. She lodged complaint to Lord Shiva. She, who was suffering from the loss of her husband, hoped to get justice. This is a performance which is woven by the traditional performance of the Tamils. The performance is produced and performed by the lecturers and students of the Department of Drama and Theatre Arts of the University of Jaffna. Mr. Dhairyanathan Justin Chelud penned the screenplay and directed this performance.
Wait, that's all right.
இப்போ நான் யார் தெரியுமா? கண்ணழகி, கருவிழி, காதல் அழகி, பேரழகி என்றெல்லாம் நீங்கள் பேர் சொல்லும் ரதி தேவி நான் தான். உலகின் பேரழகி, பெண்மையின் வடிவம். தெரிகிறதா என்னை? புரிகிறதா என் குரல்? கங்கை சடையான் சிவன் மகள் நான். காதல் கடவுளா, காமனை மணந்த மகள். தெரிந்திருப்பீர். மன்மதனும் ரதியும் போல, காமனும் ரதியும் போல வாழ்க என வாயொழுக வாழ்த்தும் உருவம் நான் தான். ஆனால் நான் ஒரு விதவை, கைம்பெண், ஆலி இழந்தவள். தெரியுமா? தெரியுமா? மணமாலை வாடும் முன்னே பதி இழந்த பேதை. தெரியுமா? இனிக்க காத்தெழுந்த காலையிலேயே என் தாலியறத்த தேவர் செயல் யார் அறிவீர்? தேவர் செயல் யார் அறிவீர்? அறிய புகழ்வேன், அறிய புகழ்வேன். அன்று 33 கோடி தேவர்கள் துதி சொரிய பச்சை நிறை சட்டையுடன் பார்த்தவர் பொறாமை கொள்ளும் அந்த பேரழகனை கடவுளாம் காமனை கைப்பிடித்தேன், மாறியிட்டேன். அவன் கரத்தில் தவழ்ந்தேன், காமத்தில் தொய்த்தேன், காதலில் திளைத்தேன், இல்லறத்தின் கதை இனிதாய் திறந்தேன். மேனிகரே துறையே கட்ட மேனிகரே துறையே பச்சை கண்ணா வண்ணா காதல் மொழிகள் பேச வேண்டாம். கட்ட மேனிகரே பச்சை கண்ணா காதல் மொழி நிறைவு நமதிலே களிப்புடனே விளையாட களிப்புடனே விளையாடுவோம்.
கட்டழகு மேனியரே துறையே பச்சை கண்ணா வண்ணா காதல் மொழிகள் பேச வேண்டாம்.
மன்னா மயல் மன்னரே வாய் மன்னா மயல் மன்னரே வாராய் காதல் மோகம் கொண்ட மதனா மலர்கரத்தை தாரா வாராய் காதல் மோகம் கொண்ட மலர்கரத்தை தாரா. மனமது கணிந்தேன் மகிழ்வுடன் மலரவனுடன் ரதிமகள் நானும்
கணிந்து மகிழ்வினில் திணைத்து மலரவனுடனே ரதிமகள் நாடும். மன்னாமய மன்மதரே வாராய் காதல் மோகம் கொண்ட மதனாமலர் கரத்தை தாரா.
இல்லறத்தின் கதவுகளை திறந்தேன். தேவரும் அசுரரும் போருடை தரித்தனர், பெரும் சமர் தொடுத்தனர். தோற்ற தேவரோ தேடினர் பரமசிவனை. அவரோ நீங்கா நிஷ்டையில் நிமிர்ந்திருந்தார். நிஷ்டை கலித்தால் நிமலமை அதிரும். தோற்ற தேவரோ ஊதனுப்பினர். மதிப்புரிய அங்கதனே கிளம்பு, மலரம்பு தொடுத்து மறையவனை எழுப்பு. வாடா மன்மதா வா. ஐயோ, என் இல்ல கதவினை பறித்தது போல் என் வாழ்வு மாறியதே. கிடைத்தார் அவரோ முகம் பார்த்து பெருங்கவலை கொண்டார். தூதுக்கு மேல் தூதனுப்பி மறுத்தார், மொழிந்தார். என் மன்மத நோய் எழுந்தார், மலரம்பு தரை சமர்க்களம் செல்ல ஏகினார். நான் மன்னா பச்சை நீர தோலழக பவள் மார்பள் ஈசன் தபசை அழிக்கலார் கலாகுமா என்னாசை மதனா இன்பரதியை பெருக்கலா. உடனே பல வாழ்வை நீ விதைக்கலாகும் இன்பரதியை பெருக்கலாம். என் ஆசை மதனா இன்பரதியை பெருக்கலாகுமா. அன்பொழுக மறைத்தேன் மன்னா மன்னா, பொல்லா நல்லோர் கனவு கண்டேன் மன்னா மன்னவரே. நீரும் போர் புரிந்து மடிய கண்டேன் மன்னா மன்னவரே. ஆந்தை அலற கண்டேன் மன்னா மன்னவரே. நீரும் அனலாய் எரிய கண்டேன் மன்னா மன்னவரே. மீண்டு வருவேன் மீண்டும் என்றார். தேவரின் சாபத்திற்கு பயந்தவர் என் வார்த்தை மீறி போர்க்களம் சென்றார். போன வழி முடிந்தது. தேவர் படை வென்று மீண்டனர். அசுரர் அழிந்தனர் ஒளிந்தனர். தேவலோகமே விழா கண்டது. அது விழா. தேடினேன், ஓடினேன், ஓடினேன் வீதிக்கு என் மன்னவரை வரவேற்க. என்னவரை கண்டீரோ? போர் வெள்ளம் பூவம்பு தொடுத்த என் மன்னவரை கண்டீரோ? என்னவரை கண்டீரோ? என்னவரை கண்டீரோ? என்னவரை கண்டீரோ? கண்டீரோ? என்னவரை கண்டீரோ? என்னவரை கண்டீரோ? என்னவரை கண்டீரோ? என்னவரை கண்டீரோ? என்னவரை கண்டீரோ? தேடி அங்குமிங்கும் தேடி ஓடுகின்றே, அங்குமிங்கும் தேடி ஓடுகின்றே, மன்னவனை தேடி ஓடுகின்றேன், என்னவரை தேடி 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 மன்னவரை தேடி பார்த்தலைந்தேன், எங்குமே காணாமல் வாடுகின்றேன். தேடி என்னவரை கண்டீரோ? என்னவரை மன்மதை தேடி 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 களைத்தன கால்கள். ஐயனே, ஐயனே, வீரபத்திரனே, வெட்டி கோலம் பூண்டீரே, நீர்தானே நீர்தானே தூது கொண்டு வந்தீர். எங்கே எங்கே என் மன்மதன்? எங்கே என் மன்னவன்? அவரும் தெரியாதென சொல்லியே நடந்தார். வெற்றி கழிப்பில் தேவகணங்களும் வந்தன. நாரதரே, நாரதரே, அனைத்தும் அறிந்த மாமுனி, ஐயா, உண்மையை சொல்வீர், உண்மையை சொல்வீர். எங்கே என் மன்மதன்? எங்கே என் மன்மதன்? போர் வெள்ள பூவம்பு தொடுத்த என் மன்மதன் எங்கே? என்ன என் மனதை திடப்படுத்திக் கொள்வதா? என்ன சொல்கிறீர்கள்? என்ன சொல்கிறீர்கள்? ஐயோ 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 என் மன்னவனே! ஐயோ ஐயோ என் மன்னவன், என் மன்னவன், என் மன்மதன்! ஐயோ, ஆகுதியாகிவிட்டாரா? ஐயோ, என் மன்மதன் ஆகுதியாகிவிட்டாரா? ஐயோ, எங்கே என் மன்மதன்? எங்கே? அவர் இறந்த இடமேது? அவர் இடத்த இடமேது? மன்னர் நிறந்த இடம் எதுதானோ? ஐயோ, மன்னர் நிறந்த இடம் எதுதானோ? இந்த தன் தன் எரிந்த இடம் இதுதானோ உன்னை மரம் என்பதும் இதுதானோ ஐயோ உன்னை மரம் என்பதும் எதுதானோ அவர் தணலாய் தகித்த இடம் எதுதானோ ஐயோ என் மன்னவனா என் மன்னவனா இந்த சாம்பல் மேடு ஐயோ என் மன்மதனா இந்த சாம்பல் மேடு ஐயோ என்னவரே என் மன்மதரே ஐயோ ஐயோ நீ எரிந்த சாம்பலிலே நான் குளித்தே மன்னவரே ஐயோ ஐயோ மணமாலை வாடும் முன்னே என்னவரை நான் இழந்தே ஐயோ நாயகியாம் எந்த ஐயோ நீரழைத்து செல்லுமையா என் துறையே மன்னவா என் துறையே ஐயோ தீர்க்க சுமங்கலியாக வாழ வாழ்த்திய தேவர்களே தாலி அறுத்து நிற்கிறேன் தில்லையம்பலத்தே திருநலம் ஆடும் சிவபெருமானே நானே என் தாலி அறுத்தவன் நீர்தானே என் மீது கருணை காட்டும் என் மீது கருணை காட்டுங்கள் எனக்கு வாழ்வருளுங்கள் எனக்கு வாழ்வருளுங்கள் என் மன்மதன் உயிர் பெற்றான் என் மன்மதன் மீண்டு வந்தான் என் மன்மதன் மீண்டு வந்தான் என் மன்மதன் உயிர் பெற்றான் ரதி மகள் என் வாழ்வில் பிறர் கண்ணுக்கு புலப்படாத மன்மதன் மீண்டு வந்தார் உங்கள் கண்ணுக்கு புலப்படா மன்மதன் மீண்டு வந்தார் ஆனால் ஆனால்
என்ற உறவுகளும் உறவுகளில் உள்ள இல்லை என்ற உறவுகளும் உறவுகளில் உள்ள உணர்வுகளில் கடமைகளில் உருமாறி நின்றார்
தந்தனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநாதனநா
Thank you for all the performers of Varuviro from
Ladies and gentlemen, Varuviro. Wow, what an amazing short drama. We hope that you have enjoyed a lot. We should thank them one by one.
the cast and crew, script and direction, Mr. T. Justin Jalud, performer, Mr. T. Justin Jalud, chorus, Miss J. Jalini, Miss Jivita, Miss T. Tilina, Miss K. Nivetika, Miss Sulakshana, Miss J. Rakshaini, Miss M. Sudarshini, Miss K. Janshika. Music composer, Mr. T. Justin Jalud. Instruments, Mr. M. Kediswaran, Mr. Raghavan, Mr. J. Hamsatvani, Mr. S. Ushantan, Mr. D. Kohulraj. Visual design consultant, Professor T. Sanadanan. Visual design, Ms. T. Madhishalini. Visual design assistants, Mr. D. Kogilaraj, Mr. S. Ushantan, Ms. A. Lakshika, Ms. R. Divya, Ms. T. Anupriyanka, Ms. V. Tuvendran, Ms. V. Sharjini, Mr. T. Kediswaran, Mr. Nazar Nafris. Lighting design, Mr. J. M. K. Nicholas. Lighting design assistants, Mr. A. Prashant, Mr. S. Ushantan, Mr. D. Kohilaraj, Mr. T. Vidushan, Mr. K. Kajiban, Mr. T. Tilakshan. Stage manager, Ms. P. Jivita. Production manager, Ms. R. Tavachalvi. Mentor, Dr. K. Navadarshini.
So, with that fabulous performance by the Department of Drama and Theatre Arts, Faculty of Sir Pon Ramanathan Performing and Visual Arts, University of Jaffna, it's now time to move on with the rest of the agenda. It's now the time for us to present a set of token of appreciation for keynote speaker and other dignitaries.
We would like to invite our General Chair of the RSGEE and our Vice Chancellor to present a token of appreciation for our keynote speaker today. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Also, now we would like to invite the following dignitaries to receive their token of appreciation from our Vice Chancellor. Dr. Pavitra Jayawardena, Department of International Relations, Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo.
She will be followed by Dr. Subhajanan Jayashankar, Department of Fine Arts, Faculty of Arts and Culture, Eastern University.
He will be followed by Mrs. Rubavadi Kediswaran, District Secretary, District Secretariat, Kilinochchi.
She will be followed by Mr. Youth Walton, Project Manager, United Nations Development Program.
Followed by Mr. Nadaraja Sugirdaraj, Coordinator, Jaffna Social Action Center.
Thank you, sir. And finally, we would like to invite our RSGEE Joint Secretary, Mrs. Thasika Dhanushan, Member, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna, to deliver her vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to you all. It's a great honor and privilege to me to propose the vote of thanks on this research symposium on Gender Equity and Equality 2022. I, on behalf of the Center of Gender Equity and Equality, University of Jaffna, and on my own behalf, I extend very hearty vote of thanks here. First of all, I would like to start by giving my thanks to Almighty God for making today's occasions a resounding one. First and foremost, I would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, University of Jaffna, General Chair of this conference, Professor S.3. Satmuraraja, for stimulating us to conducting this first research symposium as a satellite conference of Jaffna University International Research Conference 2022, and his continued support in all our efforts. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our conference chair, Director, Center for Gender Equity and Equality, Professor Shivani Shanmugadas, for her efforts towards the success of this conference initiated this time under her leadership. So I, on behalf of the team, RSGE 2022, I would like to record our sincere thanks to the keynote speaker, Professor Maitri Vikramasinghe, Chair and Senior Professor of English, Department of English, University of Kelaniya, for gladly accepting our invitation to be the keynote speaker. Your presence and fascinating keynote address on the theme of sustainable development through the gender equity and equality in the new normal magnify our conference with a huge success. The team of RSGE, extremely fortunate to have you on this stage, ma'am. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to the convener of this conference, Mrs. Sivagauri Rajashantan, for her minute-to-minute guidance and support at every point of organizing this event as a grateful one. I would like to register my sincere thanks to the joint editors and entire editorial team for their hard works and commitments at the time of processing manuscripts and finalizing the proceedings. And also, I dedicate my sincere thanks to all the reviewers for their admirable contributions in terms of reviewing articles, remarking your comments in the constructive manner. And I take this time to thank all the chairpersons, those who are going to conduct the technical sessions, track A and B, for your contributions. So my sincere thanks goes to the moderator of the panel discussion, Professor Rajendra Surendra Kumaran, Dean Faculty of Medicine, University of Jaffna, and his team, Professor Pavitra Jayavarthana, Department of International Relations, University of Colombo, Dr. Sivanyanam Jayasankar, Department of Fine Arts, Eastern University of Sri Lanka, Mrs. Rubabadi Kediswaran, District Secretariat, Sklinochi, Mr. Jude Walton, Project Manager, UNDP, and Mr. Nadaraja Suhirdaraj, Coordinator, JESAC. You all have put an incredible effort on the discussions you had on gender and politics that matters most to us. With a feeling of working with the professionals who are voluntarily willing to do their best to this nation, I take the time to thank our invited speakers, Dr. Kumadiga Bayakada, Department of Demography, University of Colombo, and Professor Pavitra Kailasapati, Department of Human Resource Management, University of Colombo. Despite of their busy schedule, you just made it look it easy. We are excited to listen to you at the technical session. So I also like to express our sense of obligations to the European Union, United Nations Development Programme, and Jaffna Social Action Center for their financial and logistics support rendered for making this conference with great success. I also wish to express my gratitude to all the members in RSGE 2022, academic staff and academic support staff who work hard to ensure that the occasion becomes a memorable one. Thank you so much for all your support that you have provided through thick and thin. I thank the members of technical committee and the VC media for evincing interest, showing our event colorful way. I also extend my sincere thanks to the grateful performance of the performers of Welcome Dance and Drama organized by the Sir Pon Ramanathan Faculty of Performing and Visual Arts. So finally, no doubt, this conference may have been hosted by the Center for Gender Equity and Equality, but you all, presenters and participants who made this event successful. We are grateful to all the participants, inviters. We look forward to see you in the technical session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the inaugural session of RSGEE 2022. We cordially invite you all to a delightful lunch, and we will meet again for invited talks as parallel session at Seminar Hall, Faculty of Arts, University of Jaffna, and Hall number 107, Faculty of Arts. And one more information, registered participants, those who are not received your conference kit, please collect at registration desk. Yes, your lunch, and we place at New Examination Hall, Faculty of Arts, University of Jaffna.
We are running 40 minutes behind the clock, so the technical sessions will be starting at 2 o'clock in the Faculty of Arts Seminar Hall and Hall number 107, Faculty of Arts. Thank you.
Please join with us. Thank you.